I was asked by the Scottish Family Party to talk about single parenthood. What I'd like to do is explore single parenthood in the context of gendered patterns of employment and unemployment and show how these influence family formation. By doing so, I think we can get to some of the root causes of single parenthood. For clarification, I'm not saying economic factors are the most important. I think religious beliefs and family traditions are probably more important, as well as the laws surrounding marriage and divorce. But in terms of exercising political influence, I think that the way in which employment, tax and benefits structure the family is the way to go. Who are we looking at when we talk about single parents? In 2017, there were 1.8 million single-parent-headed households in the UK, with dependent children representing 22% of families with dependent children. This proportion has been relatively static over the past 20 years. However, research suggests that about a third of families have at some point been single-parent families. And this is because there are many children growing up with cohabiting parents where one of the parents, usually the father, is a step-parent. These cohabiting relationships obscure the level of family instability because a child is counted for statistical purposes as growing up in a two-parent family. However, these two parents are not necessarily both the child's biological parents. In fact, these cohabiting relationships can involve much higher degrees of family instability than the lone mother who simply remains a lone mother while her child is at home. So the key statistic is not just the number of single-parent families, but the number of unstable families, which is often very difficult to pin down. I did find this one table which shows the number of children who grow up living with both parents by the age of the child. Although this table is from 2010, it is unlikely that the numbers will have gone down. And what you see if you look at this table is that by the age of 16, only half of children are living with both their biological parents. In 90% of cases, that biological parent will be the mother. So while we started out with a statistic of 22% of children growing up in single-parent families, we have ended up with a statistic of nearly 50% of children growing up without their father. And it is this growing up without a father which is the key statistic on which so much disadvantage hangs. The impact of fatherlessness is more dramatic than any other single variable. Fatherlessness is the most deterministic variable, it shapes them all. Let me remind you of some of the negative consequences of growing up in a fatherless household. So children from a fatherless household are twice as likely not to graduate from high school, more likely to be prone to emotional and mental health problems, they're at greater risk of suffering from physical or sexual abuse. They're more likely to engage in underage sex and become teenage parents. They're more likely to be excluded from school or to have committed a crime in the past year. They're more likely than those raised in an intact married family to form unstable relationships in later life themselves. There's a greater likelihood of being in custody, of receiving a prison sentence, increased externalising behaviour, risky behaviour, suicide rates, and on and on it goes. Now, a key point is that it is rates of cohabitation and not marriage which determine this increase in fatherless families. So, for example, it is the 21% of cohabiting parents who account for 51% of all family breakdown involving children. In study after study, we find that parents who are married when their child is born are more likely to stay together than unmarried parents, even after taking relationship happiness, age, education and ethnicity into account. And the really bad news is that these problems are going to be increasing because the rates of cohabitation are going up. Since 1996, the proportion of cohabiting couple families has more than doubled, from 1.5 million families to 3.3 million families. On the other hand, the number of people married or civil partnered is in massive decline. Here we can see the marriage rates per 1,000 adults per year. And here we can see the proportion of women and the proportion of men who have ever married by age. The result is an actually tragic situation while 76% of 20 to 24-year-olds say they want to get married, in fact only 55% actually ever will, and they'll probably have to wait a bit for that to happen. And it is not just the individual costs of this huge decline in marriage, it has significant society-wide costs as well. Higher levels of marriage are strongly associated with economic growth, more economic stability, less child poverty, and a higher median family income. Now, the other key point is that the extent to which marriage is a social justice issue. Among the least well-off in society, it is an increasingly rare social good. Here you can see how, by the age of 16, children in low-income families are very much more likely to not be living with both parents than children from high-income families. Among mothers with children under 5, 87% of those in higher income groups are married, compared to just 24% in lower income groups. Latest figures from the ONS show that 76% of new mothers in the top 2 social groups are married, compared to just 28% in the bottom 2 groups. So marriage, or rather the absence of it, is actually the linchpin through which social inequality is reproduced. Poorer families are much less likely to get married, and because they don't get married, they are much more likely to accumulate all the disadvantages which result from an unstable family life. So, if we want to understand lone parenthood and do something about it, we need to understand why less well-off people do not get married, and that is what I'm going to focus on now. Now, a large part of the significant decline in marriage is deeply cultural and related to the sexual revolution, contraception, abortion, the decline in religion, and so forth. And while some of this decline might be amenable to change through education, it's beyond the scope of what I'm looking at here. The first really significant declines in marriage coincided with female employment, and a great deal of ink was spilt exploring why this should be so. Theories looked at changes in the benefits of exchange between husband and wife, or women no longer being dependent on a patriarchal relationship and striking out for independence, and so forth. But actually, there was and is no systematic, consistent relationship between female employment and rates of marriage. And some researchers realised that they were looking in the wrong place. What in fact was actually happening was that the increase in female employment coincided with a decline in male employment. This was a period which saw severe declines in manufacturing, a weakening of the unions, and a decline in levels of male education. In what I call the Jane Austen effect, it was the hit to male employment rather than the increase in female employment which was causing the decline in marriage. So while female income and education have an important influence on marriage, that influence is inconsistent. But if we look at the influence of the man's level of education, his employment and wages in various combinations, the influence goes all one way. Male employment increases the chance of marriage. I will run through some findings. Firstly, we find that career stability increases male marriageability. Oppenheimer conducted longitudinal research on this topic and found that while earnings affected male marriageability, the effect of career stability was even stronger. Other research revealed the mechanisms of this. On one hand, men who had employment issues doubted their competence as providers and their attractiveness as potential partners, and therefore expressed a fear of enduring commitment. Women also had anxieties about what they saw as commitment to unreliable men. Xai et al. looked at the role of economic potential of both men and women, and again found that women's earnings did not affect the likelihood of marriage. However, men's earnings potential clearly accelerated the marriage progress. Smock and Manning explored how a cohabiting couple's relative economic contribution affected the couple's transition to marriage. Their findings were very strong. The higher the man's annual earnings, the greater the likelihood of marrying rather than continuing to cohabit. Having a college degree increases the odds of marrying by 150%. Full-time male employment significantly reduced the odds of separation. The odds of marriage or separation could be predicted from the man's economic characteristics alone. Research shows it is labour market conditions which explain the positive relationship between educational attainment and marriage. If less educated men had equally good labour market conditions, the difference in marriage rates between the educated and less educated would reduce. Better labour markets are positively related to marriage for fathers at all educational levels. Orta looked at marriage rates among non-college educated adults in the US. He broke down the data according to class and race, as this shapes the patterns along which assortive mating occurs. He found that patterns of marriage almost directly follow changes in male wages for each ethnic group. Career Academies was a career-oriented high school programme that provides a range of internship opportunities and training for disadvantaged high school students. An evaluation of the efficacy of the programme found a causal link between male earnings and marriage rates. 8 years after students graduated from the programme, those from the academy were earning on average $361 more per month and had higher levels of employment than those males assigned to the traditional high school programme. However, perhaps even more remarkable was the impact on family formation. Male participants were 33% more likely to be married and living with their spouse, 30% more likely to be living with their partner and children, and 35% more likely to be the custodial parent of their child. Another striking finding is that it is not just the male wage which is important, but the relationship between the husband's and the wife's income. Women appear to sense that if they earn more than their husbands, this could threaten their relationship in some way. In fact, when there was a probability that the wife's potential income would exceed her husband's actual income, wives would distort their labour market participation to avoid a gender reversal in earnings. Where wives do out-earn their husbands, they appear to increase the amount of housework they do as if to compensate in some way. They also found that among 26% of couples, the 26% of couples where the wife earns more than the husband, they were more likely to report being less happy in their relationship and experienced higher levels of strife and a greater likelihood of divorce. Research from Denmark showed that at the point at which a wife's wages exceed the husband's, he was more likely to suffer from erectile dysfunction. Orta et al. Conducted an extensive and methodologically rigorous study which looked at how declines in US manufacturing industry impacted on male and female wages and how this in turn impacted on fertility and marriage. A particularly startling finding was the way in which lower wages impacted differently on men and women. In situations where only the woman's wage decreased, this actually had the effect of lowering the fraction of teen births and produced an even greater decline in the proportion of out-of-wedlock births. This suggests that this was because the relative value of men's wages increased for women. They argued that this could account for 30 to 40% of the observed change in the prevalence of marriage. It should be pointed out that marriage is beneficial for male productivity. Bradford Wilcox shows how family formation has strongly beneficial outcomes on male productivity. Men increase their earnings firstly when they're in a relationship, then when they get married, and then when children come along. The effect is known as the marriage premium, and it is particularly intense in the younger years, although it evens off. And just as we have seen links between male employment and marriage, so we find extensive evidence to suggest that female employment can have a negative impact on marriage. Now, all of this is particularly relevant to the UK, where we have, over the past 20 years, seen a serious worsening of men's economic position. The Institute of Fiscal Studies show how there has been an extremely poor growth in male earnings over an extended period. For the past 20 years, the growth in the earnings of working fathers has been 0.3% a year, while the mother's earnings have grown at 2% a year. The Resolution Foundation found that between 1997 and 2016, the share of male employees earning at or around the typical male weekly wage fell by approximately 15%. The share of men earning only a third of the median increased by 70%. The average hours worked by men lower in the employment hierarchy has fallen by 11.4%, with a 14 percentage point increase in the proportion working part-time. Most of these men are lower down the income distribution. By contrast, the hours worked by employed mothers has gone up, and also male part-time wages are lower than female part-time wages. These changes appear to be caused by the transfer of manufacturing to the Far East and stiff foreign competition in manufacturing and trade from companies which pay their workers a lot less. Industrial restructuring and the growing importance of technology have primarily increased the demand for skilled, educated workers at the expense of the economic well-being of the moderately to less well-educated. A decline in labour unions has led to a fall in men's wages. There has also been an increase in service sector jobs with the growth of the financial sector and welfare state. These sorts of jobs tend to attract women. Increasing employment flexibility, which may have encouraged a decline in employment rights. And another contributing factor is likely to be the decline in male performance in education, which does not appear to be viewed as a problem by the Department for Education. And then if you add into this the extreme way in which the male wage has been almost totally devalued by a system of tax credits and benefits, which seems designed to make it advantageous for a woman to kick even a working man out of her home, you will see that we have an extreme problem on our hands. So what are the policy implications? If male income facilitates marriage and increases marital stability, paying attention to male income would have a cascade of beneficial effects. This was something which Jennifer Barber concluded from her research on the fragile family study in the US. She suggested that the most effective public policy interventions should target circumstances before pregnancy occurs. She said, improving male employment prospects and rethinking mass incarceration policies might also enhance women's prospect of finding better mates and foster more cooperative parenting behaviour. In the light of this, it is the case that male employment is worthy of policy attention and economic investment. Some policy suggestions include: firstly, looking at the long-term implications of male educational outcomes. This would include not just trying to achieve equality in terms of male and female educational outcomes, but also paying more attention to the technical training and apprenticeship opportunities available for boys. It would also mean investing in industry and large-scale infrastructural projects, preferably in those areas of particularly high levels of male unemployment or poor male wages. Projects which would have environmental benefits and generate economic returns. A number of concerned organisations have also proposed changes to the marriage allowance, which would increase the value of the male wage. It also means looking at employment rights and moving towards more stable forms of employment. Some people might object to these sorts of measures because they distract attention from the alleged gender wage gap. However, the policies outlined here focus attention on the least well-off in society, where the gender wage gap is significantly smaller and even goes into reverse. It is only in the professional classes where the wage gap is larger. And there are a number of other reasons to suppose that the least well-off in society do not share the same concerns about the gender wage gap as their better-off sisters. As we have seen, women in these lower income groups very often do not have the benefits of a husband or even a male partner to support them. These women would probably be glad to see their sons and their brothers and even the potential fathers of their children earning a bit more money. Evidence suggests that better off women take much longer out of the employment market than their less well-off sisters when they have children, despite the fact that they lose out so much more money when they do take off that time. This is likely to be partly because these well-off women have husbands who can support them whilst they take their maternity leave. Their poorer sisters might also choose to take more time off for their maternity leave if they had husbands who were able to provide a sufficient income to support them as well. It is also the case that these less well-off women may have less interesting jobs and therefore prioritise their children more. Recent research conducted by the Institute of Fiscal Studies has shown that women who don't do further education are more likely to work fewer hours. It may well be that women with lower incomes are simply less motivated by employment. Raising the levels of marriage will result in more two-parent households, which will also increase the numbers of fathers involved with their children, thus also increasing opportunities for mothers to work. Some conclusions. So, the persistent focus we have had over the past few decades on the alleged gender wage gap placed a great deal of research and policy focus on individual earnings. However, most people live in family groups where their quality of life will be determined by the income of the whole household and the number of people living in it. By drawing attention to the male wage and the role which this has in family formation, I hope the findings and policy suggestions discussed here will have the effect of helping to reorientate policy back onto the family rather than the individual. In fact, once we start looking at female wages in the wider context of the whole family, we find new explanations for the gender wage gap starting to emerge. The traditional understanding of the wage gap is that women work less than men because men earn more money than they do. Therefore, women are compelled by this wage gap to take time off to look after their children. However, this is not what the evidence suggests. For example, evidence suggests married mothers call on the earnings of their partners to reduce their own work hours than mothers in other household situations. There is also evidence which suggests that mothers with high wages use their extra earnings to buy themselves more time with their children. Finally, there is evidence of men who would like to spend more time with their children, but they're unable to do so because of the gatekeeping role which mothers of children play. All this suggests that the wage gap is not a consequence of women being compelled to take primary responsibility for childcare. Rather, because these women are married to better off men, they are able to spend more time with their children than they would be able to if they were less well off or single parents. If this is the case, the wage gap is actually an expression of the choices which better off women have. Because they have well-paid husbands, this enables them to spend more time with their children than they would be able to if they were less well off. The policies suggested here, by focusing on the male wage, would give less well-off women some advantages which are currently only available to their better-off sisters. Finally, family instability has been estimated to cost the Treasury £55 billion a year. If poor male earnings are feeding into family instability in the way suggested here, the Treasury would have considerable incentive to focus on male employment. The focus on female employment may well have had unintended consequences to social instability, and the costs to the Treasury will have far exceeded the benefits involved. Thank you. I look forward to talking about this more in the discussion.
So, well, thank you, Belinda. That was very interesting. Sorry about any background sound that you may have heard there. We're not quite sure what that was, but nevertheless, it didn't detract from the good content. Belinda, we've got a few questions here. Is Belinda able to hear?
Yes, I can hear.
I can hear. Okay.
Yes, I can. Yes, yes.
One question, how do you see things developing in the way that things are going at the moment in Scotland? How do you see things developing in the future?
I think it's difficult to say until we've sort of seen how all the sort of fallout from coronavirus settles. I mean, the impression I get is that maybe in the future, because it seems that women have much preferred, they've sort of taken to being at home. The whole lockdown thing seems to have suited women better than men from what I've picked up. And it may be that, I mean, I don't know it, but it may be that women will, perhaps men will take over the reins a bit. Maybe women will start appreciating staying at home a bit more and the opportunity. I mean, I'm just wondering whether coronavirus will have the effect of eroding feminist ideology just a tiny bit, because women have had the opportunity to be at home with their families and that sort of thing, rather than be out at work. I don't know. That's my thought on it.
Are you aware of any countries that are actively trying to tackle these issues at all? No,
I think it's not. No, not at all. I don't think that anyone is. I mean, there's another side to the question which I didn't have time to deal with in the paper, which is also how all the tax and benefits are structured in a way which just exaggerates the whole situation. But what I can say, although I'm not aware of any other countries which are tackling it, I can say that, for example, in Denmark, when there were problems with male employment, these were addressed because they said this is a problem for the family. So I did see, I did read something, it was from a while ago, where they did actually sort of address male employment, specifically thinking about the family. But I think we're a bit obsessed, we're so kind of keen on getting women out to work. I don't see anything being done, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I think what there was also some efforts put in, which is really good, I think, to increase male, to sort of create apprenticeships and this sort of technological education and that side of things. I think there was some work done in that area a little while ago. So I think if we have more of that, that could be really beneficial.
A third and final question that we have is, how do academics respond to the facts?
How do academics respond to the facts? To be honest, I'm not really working in academia, perhaps partly because I think academia is extremely ideological. I don't think that they really pay much attention to the facts. I haven't seen these sorts of arguments addressed by academia, so I'm not in academia, and I don't really know. When I was in academia, it just seemed quite ideological. So, you know, I think we need to look, you know, give serious attention to male employment, but I haven't really seen anyone else talk about that. A written version, yeah, I'll there is a written
Thank you ever so much, Belinda. Sorry, I had to go into the other room to hear the answers. So,
okay,
but
okay.
Thank you for answering those questions, and thank you again for a
Okay.
really informative presentation. And I look forward to re-listening to it again.
Okay.
All this will be available online to listen again.
Yes, yes.
So
okay.
We'll move on now.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to the Scottish Family Party Conference to give a talk. This talk is entitled The Loss of Religious Sensibility. Now, this is a talk about a loss of sensibility, specifically a religious sensibility in a culture and society. This is not a presentation of a dogma or a need for religion, but a warning or hint of what befalls a society or culture when this sensibility fades from consciousness. What better person to start off with than the great Russian author Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who can teach us much about a predicament in the West that we are experiencing today. This talk is his Templeton address entitled Men Have Forgotten God. He said, "More than half a century ago, while I was still a child, I recall hearing a number of older people offering the following explanation for the great disasters that had befallen Russia. Men have forgotten God, and that is why all this has happened. Since then, I have spent well nigh 50 years working on the history of a revolution. In the process, I have read hundreds of books, collected hundreds of personal testimonies, and have already contributed 8 volumes of my own toward the effort of clearing away the rubble left by that upheaval. But if I were asked today to formulate as concisely as possible the main causes of the ruinous revolution that swallowed up some 60 million of our people, I could not put it more accurately than to repeat, men have forgotten God. That's why all this has happened. What is more, the events of the Russian Revolution can only be understood now, at the end of the century, against the background of what has since occurred in the rest of the world. What emerges here is a process of universal significance, and if I were called upon to identify briefly the principal trait of the entire 20th century, here too, I would be unable to find anything more precise and pithy than to repeat once again, men have forgotten God. End quote. Children, society, and the future are under attack, so to speak, from forces which are far from benign and contra a religious sensibility, or far from a religious, philosophical, influenced orientation. In Scottish schools, we have queer theory and the school being turned into a mental health clinic with coercive sensitivity groups and cognitive behavioural therapy being foisted upon young minds, inappropriate for the development and with no consent or consultation with parents, all pushed in schools under the guise of social justice. But Alexander Solzhenitsyn did warn us against this kind of social justice. He said, open quotes, "Be more careful from falsely using the struggle for peace and for social justice to lead you down a false road," close quotes. Perhaps the West is being and has been led down a false road. From the heady and hopeful 1960s of R.D. Laing, critical psychiatry, and the dialectics of liberation, and some would say sexual liberation too, the West, like Solzhenitsyn prophetically warned, is now straining under the cosh of identity politics, political correctness, an insidious brand of social justice, queer theory, and gender ideology. This ideology is being pushed into children's nurseries and primary schools, along with society-wide enforcements upon free speech. People are scared to speak against this new justice. The Western intellectual fascination with communism, for example, R.D. Laing's Dialectics of Liberation conference, which featured Stokely Carmichael and Herbert Marcuse, the fascination with people like Jean-Paul Sartre, Alain Badiou, and Jacques Derrida, has morphed into a godless, hypersexed religion of queer theory-inspired social justice. Should we heed the words of Solzhenitsyn, that men have forgotten God, and that is why all this has happened? In the West, the cult of queer theory has very evidently permeated into politics, education, and psychotherapy. The modus operandi of queer theory is contra-reproductive futurism, where the only law is the legal one, where the state is the master arbiter of justice. But as Solzhenitsyn argued, open quotes, a society with no other scale than the legal one is not quite worthy of man either. A society which is based on the letter of the law and never reaches any higher is taking very scarce advantage of the high level of human possibilities. Close quotes. The possibilities of the future, of society and our children are being attacked to the letter of a stunted and reductive law that promises unlimited possibilities and immediate rewards. A psychotherapy of life in the clinic needs to heed another scale other than a legal one to resurrect a future for everyone, especially for our children. Similarly, Søren Kierkegaard, Danish philosopher, in the Lily of the Field and the Bird of the Air, his book, drawing upon the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 6, 24 to 34, the Sermon on the Mount, and recounts how Jesus tells his followers to let go of earthly concerns by considering the lilies of the field and the birds of the air. Søren Kierkegaard's argument highlights vital lessons in a rapidly modernizing and secularizing world. Kierkegaard expresses the hope that the lily and the bird would serve as a means for humans to learn silence, obedience, and joy. However, the increasing secularization of modern life and the rise of humanistic psychology and psychotherapy, psychology and psychotherapy as a technological device, in the 20th and 21st century has placed man as the god, the superman, the master, technician of his being, cogitation, emotions, and life. In such a situation, instead of being truly silent, we detract from being and perpetrate the technological cut which Heidegger warned about. Martin Heidegger, the German philosopher. As the famous French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan described, if being is, then the rush, desire, and impossible demand of good mental health serves as a vehicle of alienation from the ineffable, the given of being. In a world where more and more people see themselves as mentally unwell and or victims of the state, the alienating demand to the master for the goods of life or joy or happiness, and we will receive another master as Lacan warned, leads us down the cul-de-sac to a lack that can never be satisfied. The patience and silence, like the lily of the field and the bird of the air, that Kierkegaard pleads us to adopt, is perhaps a good analogy, akin to a non-technological, medically oriented psychotherapy. Both the patient and the therapist have to dwell in suffering, be patient, for a more authentic listening emerges. We have had well over 100 years of psychotherapy, and echoing James Hillman, the world is not getting any better. How many kinds of psychotherapy are there? 300? 400? Some might say that the rise of therapeutic culture, the cultural hegemony of mental health, the fetishization and fashion for mental health has made things a lot worse. As cultural theorists E. Michael Jones and Christian writers like Seraphin Rose have pointed out, the effects of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment in the Western world, whilst undoubtedly adding to Western civilization, has added to the domination, especially in recent decades, the ideological creep of a humanistic modus operandi, that is, a world where God is dead, or at least been killed, or is less and less present. And whilst not meaning to put forward a religious dogmatic stance, the sensibility of a spiritual or religious orientation, as opposed to a nihilistic atheist stance, which is now present and more dominant in all walks of life, leads the psychic geography towards a place where man is God, the Superman, in the Nietzschean sense, that this situation comes with a price, whether one is religious or not. Our present situation is very complicated. The sexual revolution, advocating for an anything-goes approach towards the erotic and different permutations of sexual relationships and reproduction, for example, sex as a risk-free hobby to pursue, has, surprisingly, instead of adding to increased contentment, has ushered in a new age of discontent. This, for me, as a psychoanalyst, a therapist, has realised itself in the consulting room as a symptom, or an elusive symptom that hides or disguises itself, sometimes being addressed as a demand or plea, for example, for more sex, better sex, or a demand for an answer why unlimited sex has not resulted in the utopia that was promised by our society, TV, social media, inherent in our hypersexualized culture. The result in our present era, much to the chagrin, no doubt, to the likes of Martin Heidegger, is a view of human being, or being human, on a technological level, the psyche as an entity to be manipulated like any object. One's emotions, cognitions, moods, life project, etc. are now the focus of medical and technological therapies, where the self is idealized, where we think we can be master of our own house and have complete mastery over our world and domain. This is, in fact, demanded via the guise of evidence-based practice-informed psychology or psychotherapy in the likes of the NHS. In effect, like Nietzsche argued in Thus Spake Zarathustra, this cultural development has killed God. Is this a good or bad thing? According to the great Russian writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn, a survivor of the Soviet Gulag, the answer is a definitive no. And according to a philosopher like Ludwig Wittgenstein, or the 15th century theologian Nicholas de Cusa, again, the answer is no. Some words from Nicholas de Cusa was noted. Some words from Nicholas de Cusa. De Cusa was noted for his deeply mystical writings about Christianity, particularly on the possibility of knowing God with the divine mind, not possible through mere human means, via learned ignorance, or docta ignorantia. Because what Nicholas de Cusa writes, but since the natural desire in us for knowledge is not without a purpose, its immediate object is our own ignorance. Nothing could be more beneficial for even the most zealous searcher for knowledge than his being, in fact, most learned in that very ignorance which is peculiarly his own. And the better a man will have known his own ignorance, the greater his learning will be. It is in bearing this in mind that I have undertaken the task of writing a few words on learned ignorance. End quote. Likewise, in more modern times, perhaps Ludwig Wittgenstein explains the docta ignorantia here. In the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, he writes, we feel that even when all possible scientific questions have been answered, the problems of life remain completely untouched. Of course, there are no questions left, and this itself is the answer. The solution of the problem of life is seen in the vanishing of the problem. Is this not the reason why those who have found after a long period of doubt that the sense of life became clear to them have been able to say what constituted that sense? There are things that cannot be put into words. They make themselves manifest. They are what is mystical. End quote. Wittgenstein's wisdom reflects the importance of human experience, which is beyond the ideals of representation. It is a call to the ethical, to justice, to freedom away from the dominant Western psychoscientistic research and philosophical outlooks. As French psychoanalyst Clotilde Leguil-Badal in 2006 writes and describes, one of the major paradoxes of our times concerns the status of the subjecthood. A result of the progress of science and how it currently stands today is that a new definition of the subject and subjectivity has been imposed. This is a subject that is composed of a material organic substrate or cognitive machine which is observable, i.e. the brain's neurochemicals or the results of cognitions expressed in a psychometric questionnaire. Leguil-Badal describes how, from a political standpoint, how subjectivity is being wiped out, paradoxically, because we supposedly live in an age where freedom, democracy, and the rights of the individual are held up as values. On the one hand, we have freedom and the human rights to freedom and to be what we want to be when we want, or in other words, subjectivity. Yet on the other hand, we have the neurosciences, computer-like information processing discourse of cognitive behavioral therapy, and the psychoscientific ideology of mental health and illness from the likes of NICE. These discourses of power banish subjectivity as the brain and the science of mental health rules and guides subjectivity. This creates a landscape or symbolic language with no landmarks. Science is the big authority of how we feel, think, experience. Subjectivity is written out of the picture, as we are predetermined, yet we are supposed to be free. If people get unhappy, They blame it on their neurons or cognitions. In turn, they demand happiness, assuming it is a human right, and that such a thing from an imaginary idea of mental healthiness is possible. This is a big double bind or vicious circle. The human spirit is never seen in an MRI scan or in the results of a cognitive psychology laboratory experiment measuring reaction time to depressive or negative stimuli. What gets missed in these discourses is that the subject exists by his speech, his silence, and his actions, not by scientific knowledge or discourse. The subject existing in the here and now is being forgotten about. Science comes first, and we are increasingly defining ourselves by an abstract, fictitious, scientific way of thinking or sensibility to enable us to become free. But by defining ourselves by science, we paradoxically give up our liberty and subjectivity. The rise of brain science and cognitive science is in many ways actively denouncing the creativity of the subject and the ineffability of being. The subject or psyche is being drawn into the working of the brain and cognitive theories of inner schematic representations or models of the mind, with the result that activities such as psychoanalysis and psychotherapy, which adopt the approach of the doctor ignoranta, wise unknowing, are being made out to be redundant and useless. Cognitivism and the neurosciences have taken away the unity of the individual or the possibility to know oneself as an impossible unity. In other words, to know that we cannot know everything about how to live a human life, i.e. that the self is an illusory construction. In other words, one is invited to conceive of oneself as a machine, as a processor of information and receiver of stimuli, and a network of neuronal interactions. In conclusion, culture, society, and civilization needs a counterpoint to hyper-secularization. The cultural Marxist drive for the eradication of everything religious does away with boundaries, landmarks, family, children, and logos. In other words, it does away with meaning beyond the God of the self. It does away with mystery and any idea of the transcendent. Is it any wonder why our society is becoming shipwrecked through divorce, drug and alcohol abuse, sexual addictions, pornography, child abuse, and huge mental health issues and such like? Science and technology in a secularized society is not risk-free. Martin Heidegger warned we must be careful of what we wish for in this regard. It can destroy being. Vladimir Bukovsky, a Soviet dissident who was imprisoned in a psychiatric hospital, it was enforced incarceration for political dissidents, describes our current predicament very well. He says, the peculiar features of the Soviet political system, the communist ideology, the uncertainties and difficulties of the science of psychiatry, the labyrinths of the human conscience, all these have weirdly woven themselves together to create a monstrous phenomenon, the use of medicine against man. End quote. So we can learn from history and from totalitarian regimes which banished religion and religious sensibility from society. It seems clear, if we do, we're in danger of losing a lot. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bruce. Very engaging on the loss of religious sensibility. A couple of questions that we have for you. Can you hear me all right, Bruce?
I'm trying to bring them in.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I have to put these headphones on so I can hear you. Okay, first question. How does Scotland compare with other countries in terms of secularization?
Well, I'll tell you my strongest reaction to that question. It's in last couple of years I've been visiting the old Eastern Bloc, Lithuania and Ukraine, and I met colleagues from psychiatry, psychotherapy, psychology, etc., and also religious people as well. And because obviously a lot of people there lived under especially the older generation, lived under the Soviet regime of communism. I was very struck, especially because their systems of psychotherapy or their way of thinking about psychotherapy has developed in a very different way from the West, which would be the other side of the Iron Curtain. And I think the religious sensibility, the religious philosophy, the spiritual writings, etc., have permeated very much and stayed and consolidated within their kind of ways of working in psychotherapy. Some of my colleagues who I met and talked to, they take very seriously the religious world view, a Christian worldview, and it was something that I've not experienced in the West. I've not experienced it in the UK or in conferences in Vienna, the heartland of Sigmund Freud, for example, or in Brussels. I went to a conference in Brussels with a lot of the European psychoanalytic scene. It is completely very left wing, very secular. The idea of God is, is like a opium for the masses kind of thing. It is very much dismissed, and I think it ignores, it dismisses the ancient roots of psychotherapy, which were, over 2,500 years ago. The therapeuties of the temples of Asclepius were rooted in a spiritual tradition of idea of healing, and that permeated into the early church fathers and the Orthodox Christian tradition as well. So there is in the 20th century and in the 21st century, the modern psychotherapy or psychology has become very much a technological instrument, seeing the brain as a machine or cognition. It is very, very different, very, very different. And but of course, and as I said, in other places like Ukraine and Russia, Lithuania, many therapists are still influenced by a religious sensibility.
Interesting, that difference between East and West. It's a whole cultural and philosophical difference, isn't it? Second question, how do churches in Scotland respond to this secularization?
Well, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I think my feeling is from reading a lot of the kind of the churches or the officials from various churches, the kind of philosophy is very much in line with kind of state ideas of mental health. I mean, if you look to the ancient, like the Orthodox tradition, for example, there is a whole tradition and I suppose in the sort of the Western tradition as well, from like Søren Kierkegaard, there is the idea of taking seriously the idea of healing from a kind of religious perspective. The modern churches, in the West, in the UK, for example, it adopts the kind of technological stance of you know, cognitive behavioural therapy, for example, or, you know, this every other week there's a mental health crisis in the news, and there's a kind of charitable kind of capitulation, I think, from certain aspects of religious speakers in churches, etc. So I think it gets very diluted. A lot of, you know, the therapeutic basis of Christianity, as from the church fathers in the Orthodox tradition, for example, which see Christianity as a treatment. They see it as a treatment. It's explicitly written as that it's a treatment, a cure. That kind of idea is kind of not so present. I mean, in some places there'll be Christian healing. I don't know that much about them all, but there are people, obviously, but it's very much it's less present, I think.
Okay, well, thank you again, Dr. Bruce. It really has been really interesting. And for anyone that's wondering, you can see these really excellent talks on YouTube. Again, they'll all be available. So we're going to move on now.
Hello, my name's Rick Bradford, better known to some by my pen name of William Collins. I'm the author of the book The Empathy Gap, and I blog on gender issues on Empathy Gap UK. I'm a trustee of the charity Both Parents Matter Cymru, operating principally in Wales. You do not need to be the most acute social observer to have noticed that our society has become severely divided. This division is evident in the extreme polarisation of opinion on such topics as Brexit, climate change, the Black Lives Matter movement, the topical trans issues, sex and relationship education in schools, same-sex marriage, the diversity agenda, and on a range of feminist issues, including domestic abuse, the gender pay gap, abortion, and the significance of traditional mother and father family. The latter is, of course, of particular relevance to the Scottish Family Party. Division is even apparent in the COVID-19 lockdown, and in Scotland, there's also the independence issue. Finally, there's the matter of so-called hate crimes, upon which I wish to focus here. I contend that the root cause of our very evident division is a widespread corruption of morality. There's a danger in discussing morality that one is setting oneself up as an exemplar. Lamentably, I'm not in a position to do so. But one need not be a paragon in order to appreciate of what desirable behaviour consists, however woefully one may fall short of the ideal. The ability of humans to form very large, harmonious, cooperative societies depends, I argue, upon an innate human proclivity, a psychological trait, to conform to agreed but partly arbitrary rules of social behaviour. This is the adopted social morality. It is policed by social disapprobation, which may be mild or more serious, culminating in mass outrage if necessary. This societal disapproval induces in the offender certain adverse social emotions, especially guilt and shame, which are then instrumental in bringing the offender into conformance with expectation. Under the invisible admonishing hand of this inner watchman, most people will self-police for fear of guilt and shaming. Whilst the social morality will have common elements between cultures, much of it is contingent and malleable. It need only involve moral relativism. This mutability represents a danger to society, but an opportunity to those who are willing to manipulate the social morality to promote their own agenda. Subversion of the social moral code provides a mechanism for obtaining political power. If the masses do not agree with your opinions, then the opinions of the masses shall be changed. To appreciate how powerful this approach can be, consider what constitutes sexism or racism and how this has undergone complete reversal in the SJW woke morality. The origin of our great division is the adoption by many of an infantilized morality. By this mechanism, morality has been made the servant of authoritarian politics. The essential sociological factor which has left us vulnerable to this moral manipulation was the loss of a moral anchor. A moral anchor was traditionally provided by religion, and the widespread adoption of one dominant religion within a given state. The decline of religion has left us vulnerable to moral drift, and hence vulnerable to exploitation by manipulation of moral perspective. I refer to this as moral usurpation. The great strength of moral usurpation as a strategy of control is that it appeals to the elites, the privileged, the established, the influential, the powerful. Why? Because espousing its ostensible moral precepts provides atonement for their privileged status, without the inconvenience associated with attending to the strictures of the absolute or natural morality. This is why it is the elite universities, the judiciary, parliamentarians, and large corporations which have adopted this distorted moral position most ardently. They have more privilege from which to distract attention, and hence this whole faux moral posturing is especially valuable to them. The rest of us are the victims of this moral relativism. For this strategy to work, there does have to be a core of valid moral concern. But a valid moral perspective is subverted by infantilization, presenting only one aspect of a given case, ignoring all balance, all nuance, all context, all counter-arguments, all genuine moral dilemmas in favor of extreme simplicity. In practice, this strategy is invariably deployed in parallel with an identity political position, and the infantilized moral position is used to hide a disadvantage to disfavored groups. In short, moral manipulation is used to give spurious legitimacy to prejudice. Let me illustrate this in the context of the drive for misogyny hate crimes. The infantile moral core here is that hate is bad, therefore making it criminal is good. But strict attention is paid to burdening only your chosen outgroup with the accusation of hate, and attention is not drawn to how such legislation serves the purpose of authoritarian political control. The Scottish Parliament currently has a government-backed hate crime bill progressing through its processes. The Scottish Government has already stated that it is in favour of an offence of misogynistic harassment being developed. My understanding is that the Scottish bill, as it stands at the time of recording, extends hate crime legislation to cover a range of protected characteristics, but does not as yet cover sex or gender. However, it contains the stipulation that Scottish ministers may, by regulations, add the characteristic of sex to the list of characteristics. This is a strange way of proceeding, as it appears to bypass their parliament on the issue, and inevitably one supposes that this is precisely its purpose, given that the Scottish Government has already declared in favour of a misogyny hate crime. Turning now to England and Wales. Firstly, there is a private members' misogyny bill, which, if things go to schedule, will have received its second reading in the House of Commons yesterday, that is the 13th of November. As a private members' bill, it's unlikely to go far. Of greater significance is the hate crime consultation paper issued by the Law Commission on the 23rd of September. This is more likely to be the prelude to successful primary legislation in England and Wales. A consultation might be expected by those innocents not versed in the arts of political manipulation to simply pose neutral questions for respondents to address without biasing the likely responses in one direction or another. The Law Commission's so-called consultation is far from that. It actually presents the case for making misogyny a hate crime. It's a wildly partisan political position statement with a consultation smokescreen tagged on. The word misogyny appears in the consultation paper 73 times, the word misandry once. A report commissioned by our old friends, the Nottingham Women's Centre, their misogyny hate crime evaluation report, was cited 6 times in the consultation paper. They liked it so much. I say old friends because it was the Nottingham Women's Centre who lay behind Nottinghamshire Police being the first force in the country to recognise misogyny as a hate crime in 2016. The announcement was made by Sue Fish, just 3 weeks in the job of Chief Constable of Nottinghamshire. You may be puzzled. You should be. The police cannot simply create new crimes. That's the job of Parliament. But let me spell out how a pressure group can create new primary legislation from nothing with the aid of moral usurpation. Nottingham Women's Centre started by woozling up a bit of advocacy research funded by Nottinghamshire Police and Crime Commissioner. On the strength of that, Nottingham Women's Centre inveigled Nottinghamshire Police into taking part in a series of Safer for Women conferences, where the coppers were regaled with suitably worrisome stories illustrating, quote, the breadth of violence and intimidation that women experience on a daily basis in the communities they police. This is Women's Aid training the police. It's routine in the Vogue context. But the real purpose of these training sessions is, I quote, to encourage more women to come forward and report offences. They are not so foolish as to lobby immediately for primary legislation against misogyny. They prepare the ground first. The plan is to get data showing how huge is the problem of misogyny. But they, i.e. Women's Aid, do not do this themselves. They get the police to do it. By this means, it attains the aura of independence. No need to mention that the police are merely Women's Aid's puppets. But even better, as police data, the hate crime statistics, so-called, appear to be real crime data. A similar process was shortly duplicated in North Yorkshire, and now 7 of the 43 police forces in England and Wales class misogyny as a hate crime, even though it isn't. After 533 pages, much of which reads like a feminist primer, the Law Commission does not even bother to pretend to be impartial. They state their own view thus. As we have outlined in detail above, there's one group, namely women, who clearly satisfy the first 2 criteria for hate crime recognition on the basis of sex or gender. Men do not. There was little evidence to suggest that criminal targeting against men based on hostility or prejudice towards their gender is prevalent or causes additional harm. This supports the view that women should be given specific gender-based hate crime protection. I have a bit of a problem with that. Prejudice against men based solely on their sex is endemic, universal, institutionalized, condoned in every centre of power, and given spurious legitimacy in an academy which is corrupt beyond redemption. My book, The Empathy Gap, comprises nearly 700 pages of evidence of institutionalized prejudice against men and boys. Just saying. But don't worry, there is balance. There is that one mention of misandry, remember. It was taken from that very same Nottingham Women's Centre Misogyny Hate Crime Evaluation Report. The quote reads, "A male respondent in the Nottinghamshire evaluation suggested that gender-based hate crime reform would fail if it didn't conform to formal equality. He wrote, I think it should include misandry as well, 100%, absolutely. I don't think it could ever succeed unless it was inclusive. It will absolutely fail if it only gives women protection and men not, because that's not equality before the law." End quote. We are invited to laugh at the naivety of this male respondent, who is so behind the curve that he clings to the antediluvian notion of formal equality. For those who are having trouble keeping up, formal equality is what the sadly unsophisticated masses would just call equality, as opposed from the brave new progressive understanding that, quote, equality does not mean treating everyone the same. This is true equality, or equity, or substantive equality. It actually means treating some people better, and therefore some people worse. You might think that this is merely sugarcoating prejudice, but that's because you're a fascist, you see. Do not doubt the importance of starting with the police and collecting data to support the claim of widespread misogynistic crimes. Question 3 of the Law Commission consultation is, we provisionally propose that the criteria to determine whether a characteristic is included in hate crime law should be demonstrable need, evidence that crime based on hostility or prejudice towards the group is prevalent. It's comical, really. If several years have been spent gathering data on misogyny hate crimes, but with no attempts to misandric hate crimes, in what direction will the available evidence point? Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, especially if you don't look. It's worth mentioning in passing one ruse used to inflate the incidence of misogyny incidents: deploying the wrong definition. This is how the CPS define hate crime as it currently exists under English legislation. The term hate crime can be used to describe a range of criminal behaviour where the perpetrator is motivated by hostility or demonstrates hostility towards the victim's disability, race, religion, sexual orientation, or transgender identity. The aggregated form of the crime in question can elevate the case from a magistrate's court to a Crown Court, and the maximum penalty is increased by typically 2 to 4 years due to such aggravation. Note the crucial factor in existing hate crime legislation is the motivation, that is, the state of mind of the perpetrator is the defining issue. But the definition deployed by the police in gathering data, as trained by feminist organisations, is a hate crime is simply any incident which may or may not be deemed a criminal offence, which is perceived by the victim or any other person as being motivated by prejudice or hatred. Note that the motivation of the alleged perpetrator is irrelevant. Instead, it is entirely the opinion, that is, the state of mind, of someone else, anyone else, which defines hate crime as the term was used to gather so-called hate crime data. You see how that works. The net is cast as wide as possible to inflate the data, but the data, once gathered, is then used to support the creation of new law. Those people who imagine that the goal here is to have misandry included in any hate crime legislation have not been paying attention. Nothing is gained by making the act gender neutral so that it criminalizes so-called hate on grounds of sex rather than one sex in particular. There are two reasons why this is a colossal error, one moral and one practical. The practical objection is that it would make no difference. The law against coercive control is gender neutral, but it is actually deployed almost entirely against men. And it's not because there are no controlling women. But the more fundamental reason is that hate crimes are thought crimes. Such legislation is a crime against freedom of speech and freedom of opinion. Hate crimes are anathema, whatever the so-called protected characteristics are their target. The objective must be to have them all removed from the statute book, and certainly not to create any more.
Thank you. So questions. Is the tide turning?
Is it Charles? Is it George? It's George, isn't it? You get the right person. Bring George on live. Yeah, there he is.
Ah, can you hear me, George?
Rick Bradford.
Rick Bradford, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me?
I can now, thank you, yes. Would you say the tide is turning?
Oh, heavens.
Got no sound.
Rick, you're muted.
Muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, you're unmuted. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I think there is signs, or there are signs now of more people talking about, and the fact that you exist as a party is a positive thing in itself, isn't it? And people like myself who would have been silent 10 years ago are no longer silent. So yeah, there is a degree of movement in the right direction, but it would, at the same time, it would be you would be wearing your rose-tinted spectacles if you thought that we already enjoyed widespread support. I think there's more support than we realize very often, because people are reticent to talk about these issues. But it's still a minority thing, and people don't have these sorts of issues, whether it's family matters or men's issues, at the or hate crime for that matter, at the forefront of their minds when they go to the ballot box, unfortunately.
The unfairness of a misogyny crime is so blatant, yet virtually no one points out the obvious. Why is this?
Well, I alluded to the Law Commission's consultation there in my talk, and they actually dismiss the idea that there is any equivalence, and they ostensibly present evidence that, well, they present some criteria that a case should meet in order to be considered as a hate crime. And I mean, it's a huge report, 500 and odd pages. and they present a case in favour of making misogyny a hate crime, but their criteria and the evidence they cite does not support it for men. That's the basis of their argument. But the whole thing is skewed because the evidence they use has been cooked. As I explained, part of that evidence is this survey evidence, which emanates from Nottingham Women's Centre and similar women's aid-based organisations, which had an agenda from the start. They've been working on this for many years. So they're using evidence which is cooked up, and using criteria which is cooked up. Another thing they do is point to internet trolling and name calling on the internet, and they cite surveys where the results come out with more women being insulted or subject to hate or misogyny. But there are also surveys that come to the opposite conclusion, but they ignore those. The whole thing is skewed in terms of evidence. That's how they can come to the view that it's only one sex that's actually subject to discrimination. But of course, it's not true at all. But I'd just like to emphasize the point I was making in the video really is not that we should have both misogyny and misandry made a hate crime. To me, the problem is the very concept of hate crime. It's a form of thought crime. It's a crime against freedom, and we should be against all hate crime. There's already hate crime legislation on the books in England and Wales. I'm not sure about Scotland, but it's already on the books in England and Wales, and you can have a considerably increased penalty in terms of sentence length if you've got a hate element. However, there's the safeguard there that you are talking about offences which are criminal offences anyway. So you won't get convicted for something called a hate crime. You'll get convicted for a conventional crime, but then have a hike on your sentence due to the hate element. So it's not quite as bad as simply making so-called hate itself a crime. But the anathema is the concept of hate crime. We should fight against all of it because it's a suppression of free speech, which I know the Scottish Family Party are all in favour of, as am I.
Yes, it's really attempting to take away our ability to reason.
Yeah, and if there are, I mean, most of what's called hate, particularly in the concept of misogyny, isn't hate at all. It's just saying things that people of a certain ideological mindset don't like you saying. It's not the same as hate. There is a mistake here of if you criticise women, then you're committing a hate crime, but the criticism might be valid. I mean, the analogy I always use is, do you ever have call to criticise your children? Well, obviously, what child ever grew up without being criticised by their parents? Invariably, it's valid. That doesn't mean you hate your children, does it? That's why I introduced my talk with this idea of moral infantilism, because that's what's going on here. They're levering a sort of infantilized view of what's right and wrong in order to slyly push through what is really an ideological agenda.
Yes, yeah. Well, we need to move on now. It's been really engaging hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Greetings from Liberty House Church here in London. From me, Reverend Dr. George Hargreaves, founder of the Scottish Christian Party. Politics has been described as war without bloodshed. I'm not sure whether that was meant to be a compliment, since those words were the words of one of the most notorious totalitarian leaders of modern times, Mao Zedong. However, I think Mao's description is useful to us as we consider and celebrate the launch of the Family Party. Make no mistake, you are entering a war zone. You are undertaking a campaign, albeit not a military one, but nonetheless one that follows all the principles of war. And I want to talk to you briefly about the 5 C's of warfare: courage, calling, cause, campaign, and celebration. I like the dictionary definition that reads courage, the ability to do something that frightens one. Politics can be very frightening, even for the most seasoned campaigner. Knocking on the doors of strangers, giving a stump speech, asking donors for money, going forward by faith when you have no money. All of these things are things I found frightening in my political career. But I have found that the single biggest thing that gives me the ability to face the fear and do it anyway is a sense of calling. Back in 2005, shortly after I had stood for the Westminster Parliament in the Western Isles, I was greeted with some news, which was a major breakthrough for the British Army. Indeed, this news was brought to me by a colonel of the local territorial army in Walthamstow, where I was serving as the local authority's faith community manager. It was at one of these functions that army folk have, and lots of brass buttons and uniforms, and the colonel told me that the armed forces had decided that now chaplains could be drawn from a wide range of Christian denominations, including Pentecostals like me. And somehow the colonel got it into his head that I would be just the kind of chaplain that they would need for their territorial army barracks. I humoured him, and that only served to have him call me at my office the next day and continue his military campaign of recruiting me as their padre. And I asked him a simple question to just clarify the situation of what I might be getting myself into. I said, Colonel, if I do this, does it mean I have to go to war? He said, oh, it might do. We have tours in Afghanistan, we've been in Iraq. He started reeling off like a travel agent, a list of destinations. Well, you can guess what happened. That just was not my calling. And that's the point. It would be great to preach to all of those wonderful soldiers. It would even be nice to travel around the world. But a calling to be a soldier on the front line in the British Army at this time, no. And so, if there isn't a calling for the fight, you shouldn't go there. In fact, that's right why in Deuteronomy 20 there's a list of people who just shouldn't be in the army. And the first thing that you have to ask yourself is, have you been called to this fight? Doesn't mean that you have to be a politician or even from a political family. The prophet Amos, he made very clear, he said, I am not a prophet, neither am I a son of the prophet. But he did hear the word of the Lord, he did hear a calling. If you've heard your own call to enter the political arena under the banner of the Scottish Family Party, then you have the first ingredient for success. Cause. You have decided to go up against the big guys, the SNP, Labour, Conservatives and the Lib Dems. Like Caleb and Joshua, you are not frightened of the giants in the land. Nonetheless, this is going to be a real David and Goliath fight. But why did David fight Goliath? The answer is found in the rhetorical question that David asked his brothers after Goliath had been taunting the Israelites for weeks and weeks. The question was, is there not a cause? David entered into the fight with Goliath because he knew that there was something that needed to be done, and it needed to be done now. A person who enters into a fight without a cause is either a bully or a fool. An army that fights without a cause is either a mercenary army or a marauding horde. And as for a political party without a cause, well, I'm not even sure that they're a political party. But the Scottish Family Party have a great cause, an excellent cause: family. For me, one of the scariest scriptures in the whole of the Bible is 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 8. It's the scripture that says that if anyone does not look after their family, they deny the faith and are worse than an unbeliever. That's how important family is. In fact, the Old Testament ends with these words: "And he will turn the hearts of fathers to their children, and the hearts of children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the land with a decree of utter destruction." That's how important family is. Having given 2 Bible quotes, let me go for just one more. Apostle Paul called this one the commandment with a promise. It's the 5th commandment: honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in the land the Lord God is giving you. Once again, that's how important family is. You don't have to be a Christian to know that defending the family is a good thing. You don't even have to believe in God to know that the family is the good that you need to be supporting. This is the great strength of the Scottish Family Party, and it is with this strength, in this strength, that the party must campaign. C for campaign. Your campaign cannot be like those large parties. You cannot fight in Saul's armor. In other words, you cannot run your campaigns as the big parties do. Like David, you have to fight with a method that you are expert at. You have to fight Goliath on your own terms, in a way that uniquely speaks of you. Some of the unique things that the Scottish Christian Party did back in the day was to put scripture placards on thousands of lampposts across Scotland. We didn't put vote Hargreaves, we didn't put candidates' pictures, we put the word of God. And everybody who saw those placards knew that's the Christian Party. We sent out a leaflet called 5 Smooth Stones. Again, taking up the story of David and Goliath, we put 5 major policies that we were propagating for our election. Again, that spoke of the Christian Party. And our broadcast, our party political broadcast, featured a bishop endorsing what we were doing. And that bishop went on to actually do a front page article in his local paper saying, vote for the Scottish Christian Party. These were all distinctly Christian things that really spoke of who we were and what we were doing. And the Scottish Family Party need to find their own unique tags, their own unique ways of getting noticed. They need to also consider themselves like a resistance army and a resistance movement. They're going to have to be doing guerrilla warfare, little battles here, little battles there. They're going to have to be doing sabotage. When I stood in in the Western Isles, I sabotaged the Labour incumbent. After 18 years, he lost. Why? Because we targeted him. We showed the electorate his voting record, which was not in keeping with their values. We put all our gunfire on the Labour candidate. And as a result, a seat that he'd comfortably held for 18 years, he lost. And that allowed the SNP to get in, Angus MacNeil, and I'll tell you about that story a little bit later. But the same thing, strategically, in Dunfermline West. At that time, the second reading not the second reading, it's the second amendment from the House of Lords on the Racial and Religious Hatred Bill was before Parliament. We had an election at the beginning of February, so at the end of January, when this was going to Parliament, we intensified our campaign against Labour and this heinous piece of legislation, so much so that they had to bring reinforcements into the by-election, including 3 MPs. Meanwhile, down in Westminster, they were having the vote on this legislation. As that legislation vote was coming up, I went to Alex Salmond and I said, Alex, you have got to get your guys in the SNP to vote on this piece of English legislation. I know you don't normally do this, but this legislation is so crucial. It's going to impact your own Scottish preachers when they come down to England. He said, hold it up there, George. Your man in the Western Isles has already spoken to me. It's sorted. And I thought, my man in the Western Isles? That's Angus. You see, Angus knew that he had only become the MP because of the Christian campaign that went on the island that unseated the Labour guy. I'd already spoken to Angus and he knew he had to back us because we were the guys who got him in the first place. And had he not backed us, we would have pulled our support from him next time round. And so fighting the election in the Western Isles, although I didn't win, it set us up for influence down the line. And that's what you're going to do with the Scottish Family Party. You're going to fight battles that will give you currency for later on down the line, because people will see the effect that you had, how you drew fire away and allowed them to slip in, and they'll remember that, and they will know that you actually have the power to see MPs rise or MPs fall. And that's how you're going to influence legislation, and you influence voting, because you have that power. So the final C is celebrate. Find any excuse to celebrate. Small wins, large wins, high points. Find any excuse to celebrate, for this will make the journey a joyous one. And you'll have plenty to celebrate. You will have plenty of victories. You'll have plenty of reason to be proud of what you've achieved with the Scottish Family Party. And as you celebrate, you will draw others to your celebration. You'll draw new blood, because people will always be attracted to a celebration. And as you fight for the family, you also celebrate the family. And by the grace of God, you will succeed. Thank you. I'm ready for questions.
Can you hear us? Yes, yeah, good. Well, thank you so much. That was incredibly inspiring. I hope everybody else enjoyed that as well. I'm sure they did. We're just looking up to see what questions are coming through. But to start with, what mistake did the Scottish Christian Party make? Any examples of mistakes that we can learn from?
Have you got all day? Oh, and you're going to make plenty of mistakes. And it's not really the mistakes that count. You know, we were a militia. You know, like yourself, not professional politicians. Many of us were ministers, others were concerned Christian citizens who, like David, saw the cause. So we did make mistakes. I think one of the fundamental mistakes, and I think Richard Lucas has covered this, is to throw your net too wide. There are certain things that you can put in your policy that you're not, one, you're not going to get in, and two, the media are going to latch onto that and distract you from your main event. So, for instance, I remember we had a policy, not a particularly Christian policy necessarily, on high-speed rail. And so the Scotsman newspaper, despite the fact that they had it on the front page of their magazine about high-speed rail and how good it was, they targeted that policy in our thing in a negative way. And it's like, really? Do I really? Yeah, high speed. Yeah, we through a democratic process on policy thought it was a good idea, but was it the main event? No, it wasn't. And so I would say one of the mistakes we made was trying to be too much of a mainstream political party, having something to say on everything. Where if you narrow it down, you'll keep the conversation on what's important to you, which is a family.
We need to choose our key messages very carefully and clearly. Yes, yeah, and
absolutely. Choose your battle. Yeah, choose your battles. And I can give an example of it wasn't a mistake, but again, it was they took advantage of it. We had a policy. We had a conference. It wasn't a Zoom one. It was actually in St Andrews, and we discussed policies. And one of the things we wrangled with was the death penalty. And there were some in the party who were for it, and some who were against it. And kind of using the wisdom of Solomon, we said, okay, let our policy be that we would support a referendum on the death penalty, and that went into our manifesto. The BBC translated that to us being the hanging party, and that's what they put on the 6 o'clock news. And so I said, no, that's not what we said. And I went straight to our lawyers, and we told the BBC, if you do not give us airtime to retract that and really put our policy, then we will take you to court for a judicial review. They immediately responded, sorry, Reverend Hargreaves, yes, certainly we'll do it all again. And so when I was interviewed, the interviewer said to me, Reverend Hargreaves, so what exactly is your party's policy on the death penalty? And I responded and said, well, you know, the death penalty does exist in the UK. And the interviewer looked at me like I'd just landed from Mars. I said, yes, it exists. The death row, the womb has become death row. We are killing thousands and sentencing thousands and thousands of unborn children to death legally every year. And we as a Christian party are against the death penalty of the unborn child. And so we were able to flip it around and get our pro-life message across.
On the pro-life message, are you finding that people are starting to wake up to the humanity within the womb, or is there still a very, very long battle to go? Do you see and sense a start of the turning of the tide yet?
I don't know that I sense it, but one of the things that I'm engaged in at the moment is launching a High Court action against a charity that I've been working with, where one of their managers started to investigate my pro-life stance and started an off-the-books investigation, talking to colleagues, oh, what has he said about abortion and so forth. And that was just out of order. And what we are doing, and we would appreciate your prayers and your support in this, we're taking the company to High Court to verify that the pro-life stance is a philosophical belief that is a protected characteristic in English law. And what that will mean is that it will be discrimination against an employee if you haul them over the coals for their pro-life beliefs. And it will give much more freedom in the workplace to articulate a pro-life position. So we're opening up a crowd fund. We've had some backing already, because we believe it's important that we can be pro-life openly and not discriminated against for our view. And it doesn't have to be a view that's based on the belief in the divine or in God, because there are many pro-lifers who are not Christian and not of any faith at all, but understand that it's murder to kill a child in the womb. Yes. And so pray for us on that. That's happening over the next few months in England.
Well, I'm sure those praying
has
people
the tide turned?
that are listening today
Sorry, Richard, I cut in. Say again?
That's right. No, I was just saying, I'm sure that those praying people amongst us would be happy to respond to your request.
Thank you, thank you. I think part of the tide turning is the Scottish Family Party. I have been so impressed with this conference and what I've heard and what you're doing. I'm south of the border, so I haven't been so aware of it. But it's very, very encouraging. And as we see, particularly how education, our children are being educated in things that the state have no business pushing down our children's throat. And it's happening in Scotland even faster than it is south of the border. So if you can stem the flow, staunch that, that will be a blessing to the whole United Kingdom.
Yes.
Debates
One final question now, we need to move on. And it's been really, really good hearing from you. Putting you on the spot again a little bit here, what was the single most effective thing that you did as leader of the Scottish Christian Party?
Well, I think, if I'm allowed to just say two very quick ones. One was that the end of that story about Angus McNeill and the Western Isles and Dunfermline West was that we actually won with other partners of that religious hatred bill vote against the Labour Party by one vote. So do the math. You know, SNP, who don't usually vote on English matters, had 6 MPs that voted in our favour. Had they not, we'd have lost. Do the math. 3 Scottish MPs were stuck in Dunfermline when the vote was going on. Had they been down in London, we wouldn't have won. So by standing, not winning, but just standing and drawing fire, we gave only the second time that the Blair government lost, and they lost by 1 vote. The other thing that I think was so effective and so glorious is when we put all those scripture placards up in Glasgow. They were everywhere, to the point that I think now you're not allowed to put posters up on lampposts anymore. That was because we did it so well. But it was glorious to see. So that's maybe not to your advantage, but it was a glorious day when we did that. And I think some of the participants today were there and part of that thing. So yes, those are 2 great high points for me.
Okay, well, I'd love to speak with you more and more, but we've got to move on to our next speaker now. And thank you again. Very clear and uplifting message from you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. God bless you.
Okay, so our next speaker, it'll lead to evidence that certainly will protect the integrity of the election system. That's what we need worldwide, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, there's a slight change in the schedule now. We're going to hand over to Richard Lucas.
Right, good morning. Right, sorry about the slight technical problems. We think we've sorted out the issue with the sound. So from now on with the videos, I think we should be fine with that. Right, so we changed the schedule slightly, and I'm going to now go through the policy proposals that we've got. And you're going to have a chance to vote on 3 policies in the next few minutes. Now, in the future, when there's no coronavirus and the family party is bigger, you know, we'll have a 3-day conference like the major parties have, and they have debates on different policy areas. We haven't got time within 1 day to really have debates with different contributions on policies. We do that online in a Facebook group, and we do it in the National Council meetings and other meetings as well. But today, for the first time, we thought we'd give the members and other people at the conference an opportunity to vote on a few motions. Now, I've got 3 for you to think about. Right, here's the first one. We propose a policy that says there should be no provision legally for changing sex. Now, a few months ago, I went to a rally outside the Scottish Parliament, and there was a rally of people opposing the Gender Recognition Act. You know, the government was proposing to make it easier to change gender. And I went along to that rally. I was sort of on their side. I didn't agree with most of their arguments, but I stood there listening. I thought, this is quite interesting, because all their arguments, they're not really against the Gender Recognition Act. They're against any sort of Gender Recognition Act. They were saying, you know, basically, it was basically feminists mainly. They were saying, we don't want people who are really men, biologically male, to be able to use our facilities. We don't want biological males taking part in female sports. We don't want to be forced to describe someone as a woman when they're actually a man. We don't want someone to be able to say, speaking as a woman, when in fact they're biologically male. And I was thinking, yeah, right with you, they're really good points, but you're 16 years too late. Because this point was conceded in 2004 when the original Gender Recognition Act was introduced. Now, a few arguments they didn't bring up. I think the idea of a Gender Recognition Act, it validates the concept of changing gender, and it presents it to society in general as an option. And I think that's very unhelpful. I think, you know, deciding to go down that road to effectively to live as though something was true that isn't true isn't a positive thing. And I think having a Gender Recognition Act helps to draw people down that road. What we're proposing is that there should be no provision at all legally for changing sex. So the Gender Recognition Acts that they're proposing said they'd make it easier. We're saying we don't just want not make it easier, we want to make it impossible. So that's what the National Council thought would be a good policy. And we'll see what you think in a minute. A couple of provisos with it. We think with intersex people, people who genuinely biologically are ambiguous, where when they're born, you know, there is a question of whether they're going to be male or female. Now, in that situation, there might be a valid situation where a choice has to be made, where someone's going to regard themselves as male or female. So we're leaving that aside. We're not talking about intersex people. And we're also not talking about people who've already changed gender. So people who've already legally changed gender, we wouldn't suggest that the policy should be right. You know, you've got to automatically change back again. But we're saying in the future, then this wouldn't be, there wouldn't be a legal provision for that to happen. Now, what would people argue against that? They'd say, well, yeah, that's very uncompassionate. You got all those sort of arguments. I think we've got responses for those. Some people also thought, if we just opposed the new Gender Recognition Act, there's lots of people on board for that, and you could get their support, and that would be enough. Whereas we're thinking we can be more distinct from that and to actually try and go back to the position that we think most people actually agree with. I mean, surveys have shown, there's one in Scotland, something like only 25% of people think there should be any provision at all for changing gender legally. And we think having this new policy could attract attention, make us more distinct, and we think it would be a positive thing for the Scottish Family Party. So, all being well, the question is, the motion is going to come up on the screen now. And if this wins the vote today, then it becomes policy of the Scottish Family Party. So click. Away and tell us what you think.
Most people have voted. 40 out of 52.
Okay. So we'll give the results later on, but I think we've got votes in there. That's great. Right. Policy proposal number 2. Legal restrictions preventing the reporting of non-confidential aspects of their personal lives of politicians should not be available. I'll explain what I mean. Basically, if you're aware of rumours, you'll know what I'm talking about here. There's rumours that have circulated about Nicola Sturgeon, and they've been reported in the press, and she's denied them. She said it's not true, and yet the press have said these rumours are all around Westminster, they're all around it, and you'll hear them all over the place on the internet if you tuned in to that sort of thing. So there's these rumours about Nicola Sturgeon's private life, and there's also a rumour that there's a legal restriction on newspapers or any sort of media reporting what these rumours are. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if the rumours are true. I don't know if there is actually a legal restriction on reporting them. But I do know this, that the Sun newspaper, I think it was back in February, they ran an article saying these rumours are all over the place about Nicola Sturgeon, but she denies them, but we can't tell you what they are for legal reasons. Which makes you think, oh, well, obviously there's, that must be the case. Then a few months later, you look at the same article, and that sentence referring to legal reasons has now gone. And that's the way interdicts, as they're called in Scotland, that's the way they work. They say you're not allowed to report this, and also you're not allowed to report the fact that there's an interdict legally preventing you from reporting it. And so I'm left thinking, well, it seems like this might well be the case, but I don't really know. And I think that's not a satisfactory situation. I think if it's something like a medical diagnosis, fair enough. If you're a public figure, you should be able to keep that out of the public domain. But something to do with your life choices, your faithfulness within your marriage, etc., that's not something that you should be able to keep secret from the wider public. So, for example, if you're a politician, if you're unfaithful to your marriage, people need to know that. That reveals something about your character, and the law shouldn't be available to prevent people finding out about that. Now, again, when it comes to where the politician is going on holiday, yeah, they're going to keep that secret. But whether they're having an affair or other lifestyle choices they're making, that shouldn't be secret, shouldn't be kept from the electorate. Now, you like I are probably left wondering, with Nicola Sturgeon, we don't know what the situation is. I think that's really unsatisfactory. I think if we knew that it wasn't possible for politicians to get this sort of interdict to prevent reporting of this sort of aspect of their private life, then we'd have a much more open discussion. Then if people have made accusations about Nicola Sturgeon, if the Sun publishes an article saying, we think Nicola Sturgeon is up to this, and it's not true, then fine, she can sue them. And if it's not true, she'll win, and a name will be cleared. But the current situation, we think, is unsatisfactory. So we're asking to see if you agree with a proposed policy. This is not quite finalized yet, but a proposed policy, something along the lines that legal restrictions will not be available to politicians to cover things like the having an affair or other similar aspects of their private life. So if you agree that politicians shouldn't be able to keep this sort of thing secret, then you'll vote in favor of this policy. So vote away. Okay, votes streaming in. I think I'll be able to give you the results at the end of this session. But I think right on the votes are in. Are you all very sharp? That's very good.
There's 37 out of 52. Still coming in. Still
Okay.
coming in. Give it one.
Okay, just a few more to come in. And then we've just got one more. And we'll be on schedule.
I'm going to end the polling now.
Okay, thank you. And one last one. Again, this is a very new policy. Just someone suggested this recently. I thought it's worth considering. Now, currently, courts decide to take children away from families in some situations, and also to restrict access to children. So they might say, for example, a father can't have any contact with the children at all. Currently, those decisions are made within the court by a judge. It doesn't involve a jury the way that other trials would. And there's a lot of people, campaigners around the world, who believe that the system would be improved if it was actually a jury making that decision. Because a judge might just get used to the fact, you get one case, you get another case, it might start feeling it's not a particularly big deal to do this. Whereas if a jury came in, listen to this one case, they might have a better feeling for the gravity of the decision being taken and might take a more balanced view overall. If you think about it in principle, think about some of the issues where a jury would be involved, and they're a lot more minor, a lot less important than having your children taken away from you. Far, far less important. So just by that logic, would it not be better and fairer to have a jury involved in that sort of issue? So this is just being proposed recently. We'll have to think it through exactly how we'd word the policy and how that would work. But if you think that principle is something that's attractive and would be worth us looking at in the future, then give this your vote. So votes are open again. I say this is very efficient. Just we're almost there, I think. If only they could count up votes in America as fast as we can here. It'd be a lot easier.
Still a few coming in. That's about it. I shall close it now.
We're a bit suspicious of votes from the southwest region, and I think there might have been a bit of tampering in that area, but we'll look into that over the coming months.
Yeah.
Right, I'll just get a quick summary so I can give you the results. Are we?
Yeah.
Don't bother about the numbers, just the three out of 3.
So yeah, 3 out of 3.
Right, so we'll release the percentages later, but basically all 3 of those motions have been passed.
I can share them on screen now.
Yes, I think percentages might be about to pop up on screen. So thank you very much for your input there. So as a party, that's a little step forward to say in the future, who knows, in a few years' time, 3-day conference, long debates about motions, you'll be able to bring your own motions to it. But that's just something new and a little step forward. So thank you for your input on that. Right, I'll now hand back over to Ben, who will introduce our next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Richard. We now hear from Dr. Calum McKellar, speaking on a very important topic to do with assisted suicide. So Dr. McKellar, and then there will be time again for questions and answers. So please do put through any questions that you have, and we'll put them to Dr. Keller after his presentation. Okay, thank you. Oh, he's here live.
So thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Dr. Calum McKellar. I work for the Scottish Council on Human Bioethics. The council was set up just after the first referendum in 1997, and it was set up by senior medical doctors, senior lawyers, and so on, to sort of influence and be a sort of national ethics committee towards the Scottish Parliament. As you probably know, the Scottish Parliament is responsible for quite a few biomedical issues like psychiatry, end-of-life issues, transplantation, biomedical research, and it's increasing all the time. Abortion now is also the responsibility of the Scottish Parliament. So we work with the Scottish Parliament. We work also with Scottish Society. We have a biomedical film festival, for example, every year, a conference, and we also work with the media. So if the media want to have a Scottish angle relating to transplantation or psychiatry, then they usually contact us, and we try and explain as best we can the different issues. I'll be talking to you tonight, this morning, sorry, about euthanasia and assisted suicide. It's something that comes back again and again in the Scottish Parliament. It came in 2010, 2015, and one of the first things that will happen in May 2021 is there will be a push again to legalise probably assisted suicide. So I'm going to explain to you first of all what euthanasia and assisted suicide are, because they're different, they're slightly different issues. Euthanasia comes from the Greek. Eu means good, thanatos means death, so it means good death. with euthanasia, it's always a second person that is responsible for ending the life of the person wanting to die. So it's through lethal injection, something else, but it's always the second person in a way who is responsible. And I should explain that a lot of people have a lot of confusion about this, because first of all, euthanasia is not refusing of therapeutic relentlessness. So in the end of life of a person, it is usually good medical practice when the person is really dying, and the experts in palliative care know when this is happening, to take away all the tubes, all the machines, and let the person die from natural causes. That is legal in all countries in Europe, it's legal in the UK, and that is not euthanasia. A second thing that is not euthanasia is what we call passive suicide. This happens when somebody, say, is on dialysis, maybe he's got 1 or 2 years to live, and they say, I don't want dialysis anymore, and they just let themselves die. That is legal again in the UK, it's legal right through Europe, around the world. Whether it's right or not is another issue, but it is legal, and that is not euthanasia. The third principle, which is not really euthanasia, what we call the principle of double effect, it's not something that really takes place anymore. In the past, what happened is palliative care doctors, other physicians would give pain-killing drugs to patients who are dying. These drugs sometimes would have reduced the life of the person by a few days, but the aim was not to reduce the life. The aim was to take away the physical suffering. And again, that is not euthanasia or assisted suicide. There's a lot of confusion around on these topics, even in the Scottish Parliament, actually. So what is assisted suicide? Well, assisted suicide is always the person wanting to end their lives that makes the last action to bring about their death. So euthanasia would be, for example, a medical doctor putting the drug into the mouth of the patient. So that would be euthanasia. With assisted suicide, the physician would put the drug into the hand, say, of the patient, and the patient would take the drug themselves. It's very important because in some countries, as we'll see, only euthanasia and assisted suicide is legalized, others is only assisted suicide. Yeah. Another issue that another 2 words that we should maybe clarify is what we call terminal sedation. Now, in some countries in Europe, what is happening is patients are being put to sleep at the end of their lives, or sometimes not even at the end of their lives, and then food and fluid is stopped with the aim of bringing about their death. So that is what is called terminal sedation. That would be illegal at the moment in the UK. That would be a form of euthanasia, actually. However, there is a difference between terminal sedation and what we call palliative sedation. With palliative sedation, a patient is put to sleep because they're very troubled at the end of their lives. They're very agitated, or they have very, very severe suffering that nobody can really address through drugs. So they're put to sleep, but the aim is not to bring about their death. Yeah. So there's a big difference again between terminal sedation, where the aim is to bring about the death, and palliative sedation, where the aim is just to take away the suffering. And then there's the word assisted killing. Assisted killing, in a way, englobes all these different aspects. So I'll just go over briefly what euthanasia is. So euthanasia and assisted suicide, life is intentionally ended because it is considered to no longer have any value or worth. And palliative care, on the other hand, life which is ending naturally is made as comfortable as possible because it is considered to have full value and worth. And the big debate, in a way, is about this value and worth of life. Now, as I said, in some countries, like in the Netherlands, euthanasia has been legalized since 2002. It was being performed already since 1981. And what was happening is that physicians were doing euthanasia in secret. And because of that, they wanted to sort of bring it out into the open, and therefore they legalized it in 2002. But in the Netherlands and Belgium, they didn't really have a discussion, an ethical discussion about what the consequences of euthanasia will be. About 3% of all people in the Netherlands now end their lives with euthanasia. And the numbers are going up and up and up. A country where only assisted suicide is legal is Switzerland. The law was passed in 1942, so right in the middle of the Second World War. Actually, it was suggested in 1918. So assisted suicide has been around a long time in Switzerland, not for what's really happening right now. It was for other reasons, when somebody sort of lent a young man a gun who shot himself because his girlfriend didn't love him or something like that. That's why it was legalized in those days. Now, in Switzerland, you have a place in Geneva and Zurich where people can go to, Swiss nationals or also foreigners, to end their lives. And about 1.5% of all Swiss nationals now end their lives through assisted suicide. Germany is an interesting case. So during the Nazi regime in Germany, about 70,000 people were euthanized. But very recently, in March of this year, the Federal Constitutional Court in Germany indicated in one of its rulings that this is what they said: the self-determined act of ending one's life is a direct, albeit final, expression of the pursuit of personal autonomy and inherent human dignity. This is really important for Germany, because basically they're saying that self-determination is the main component of human dignity. And for them to make that step is incredibly important and incredibly sad, I would say. Article 1 of the 1949 Constitution of Germany, so just written after the Second World War, says this: it says, human dignity shall be inviolable, and to respect and protect it shall be the authority of the state. So they really tried to put in Article 1 the fact that human dignity is incredibly important. But what this Federal Constitutional Court has now said is that it's self-determination that has become inviolable, and to respect and protect it is the duty of all state authority. So that is a very big difference. And basically the German Constitutional Court has reduced human beings to autonomy entities. Their value and worth is secondary. What they are, what human beings have become, is just autonomy entities. But if autonomy is the only thing that matters in human dignity, then each one of us here is different, because everyone has different autonomy. Infants have a different autonomy from us. Very old people have a different autonomy as well. So there is no equality. And that is the problem. For a civilized society to exist, we must believe that everybody has equal value and equal worth. And it does not depend on autonomy. So for the German Federal Constitutional Court to say that it's autonomy that really matters undermines the very basics of equality in society. What is equality based on in society? It's based on a belief, and it's only a belief, in the equal value and worth of everyone. That is what a civilized society is based upon. So what is really happening with this Constitutional Court is that they're denying equality, therefore they're denying the basis of human rights, which is equality. And then in a way they're sawing off the branch on which they're sitting on, because if there is no equality in human rights, there's no reason for a constitutional court. And they have not realized that. And that is the danger of always putting autonomy first. I think we should remember the story of William Golding, who wrote this book called The Lord of the Flies in 1954, again, just after the Second World War. It's a story of civilized public school English teenagers who get washed up on an island. And at first, they believe in equality. They believe in laws. They believe that everybody has a dignity and worth. But little by little, on this island, these teenagers get rid of their laws. They get rid of equality. And slowly they become savages, and they start to kill the people who are left, who still believe in value and worth and equality. So we've got to remember that our civilized society is built on a very fragile basis. And as soon as you start to undermine equality by replacing it with autonomy, we are going in a very, very dangerous direction. So just to finish, I'm just going to go through some of the main arguments that took place in the Scottish Parliament with which we were very involved. So in 2010, there was a vote on assisted suicide and euthanasia that was rejected by 85 votes to 16. On that day, however, there was an awful lot of snow, and really a lot of snow, and some of the MSPs couldn't make it to the Scottish Parliament, so it probably would have been even higher. The first argument for which they rejected euthanasia and assisted suicide was autonomy, and the Scottish Parliament rightly said this needs to be balanced against protection of society. Secondly, they talked about human dignity. Now, the Scottish Parliament wasn't quite sure what human dignity was, yeah, which is again very concerning, because human dignity is the foundation of the Scottish Parliament. Without human dignity, there's no Scottish Parliament. But they didn't know what it was, but they felt that this needed to be unpacked, but maybe later. Yeah. Then there was a concept of mental capacity. So how do people decide whether they or not they want to make to end their lives? Are you sure they're corpus mentis, that they can think things through quite in the right way? And the final big argument in the Scottish Parliament in those days was the problem of undue influence. So older people being made to feel that they are a burden on society, that they're being pressurized, that they're eating up all the inheritance by looking after them in very expensive care homes and so on. So that was one of the things the Scottish Parliament was very concerned about. Then in 2015, so basically every 5 to 6 years, it comes back again and again and again. And I'll probably spend my whole professional life fighting euthanasia and assisted suicide, because they're going to come back again. But in 2015, it was rejected this time by 80 votes to 36. This was only assisted suicide, again, quite a big majority. So the first argument in this case was that assisted suicide, even though it's not very clear, does act as a deterrent, and the present laws are flexible. So why not have flexible legislation at the moment? Because every case in assisted suicide is different. Secondly, there's a different way of responding to compassion. So compassion in Latin means suffering with. There's a different way of responding to compassion than just having to end the life of the person. You can give palliative care, for example, and suffer with the person, even though, as I said right at the beginning, physical suffering can most of the time be addressed. Then there's a whole concept of respect for autonomy. So autonomy comes back again, and the Scottish Parliament said that there are other principles that are more important than autonomy. Really interesting that the Scottish Parliament decided that. And finally, they agreed that there was a very important ethical difference between assisted suicide, which is illegal, and the refusal of life-sustaining treatment, which is legal. And that should be recognized, that there is a difference in law, but also completely different from an ethical perspective. So I'll just end there. I'll try and respond to your questions as best I can if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First question is about media coverage. What sort of media coverage does this issue have that you're aware of?
So the media are very interested in it. So far, some newspapers in Scotland have sort of campaigned in favour of euthanasia and assisted suicide, but some other papers have been very balanced. They have recognised that there's arguments in favour, but there's also very strong arguments opposed to euthanasia and assisted suicide. Television is a bit different. So the BBC and some of the other Scottish television channels have been pushing more for euthanasia and assisted suicide. It's interesting that the printed press have been very, very balanced on this.
A comment here from John Taggart. The latest push for assisted suicide has been developed by a cross-party working group at Holyrood. The cross-party, did you bring that back? The cross-party group is led by Harvey, and the group is made up of people who supported assisted suicide, including doctors who have been struck off. Whilst Scottish Family Party do not as yet have members at Holyrood, could they get involved in cross-party groups to present the opposing view to matter like end-of-life options and more? I suppose we should involve Richard in answering that as well. But
well, there is actually some interest in putting up eventually a cross-party group to sort of address some of these issues. There are quite a lot of members of Parliament, of the Scottish Parliament, opposed to euthanasia-assisted suicide. Even a number of cabinet ministers are strongly opposed to euthanasia and assisted suicide. And Nicola Sturgeon is certainly not in favour. Whether she's opposed or not is another, but she's certainly not in favour. It's mainly because of left-wing politics, actually. A lot of people, I mean, it's interesting, I was just reading, I think it was in Portugal, that the Communist Party was totally opposed to euthanasia and assisted suicide in Portugal. Why? Because in very left-wing views, everybody is equal. So if everybody is equal, how on earth can you say that this person should end their lives because they're disabled or old or depressed? How on earth can you say that? And that is why a lot of the very socialist-leaning parties are opposed to euthanasia and assisted suicide. In addition, also in the Labour Party in Scotland, you have some very strong people, very strong voices opposed to euthanasia and assisted suicide.
Well, this is really causing quite a reaction. There's quite a few questions. I think you partly answered this in what you were saying just then. Somebody is asking, do you think that by taking God and religious faith out of the equatum is responsible for the increasing lack of respect for human life? But in a sense, you just said that actually, communist values actually seem to value life, surprisingly.
It is, and what's interesting as well is that to believe in equality, you need some kind of faith. I'm a biomedical scientist originally, and from a biomedical scientific perspective, we're just piles of cells made out of 70% water. So from a purely logical scientific perspective, we are absolutely nothing, absolutely no value, no worth whatsoever. And it's only because we believe, and it's a belief, that we have value and worth, and that we believe that we have equal value and worth, that we live in a civilized society. But we've got to believe this. For whatever reason, we must believe, and it is a belief, it is not scientific. There's no reason for me to come and speak to you this morning from a scientific perspective, none whatsoever, because everybody here is just piles of cells. In 100 years' time, everybody will be piles of dust or ashes. That's all we are. So we have to believe in something, and we have to believe in equality, value, and worth to live in a civilized society.
Do you think the assisted suicide bill will pass after 2021?
Well, if we do a good job, no. I think what was interesting, and this has always been interesting in the Scottish Parliament. So at first, when all this has started, a lot of MSPs say, well, yes, there's a very strong push in society for this. And then when the Scottish Parliament puts together a committee, whether it's a health committee or a specialised committee, and the members of the Scottish Parliament start to really get to grips with the issues, then they realise this is not a good idea, into a very good direction in which we should go. So after analysing and thinking it through, they realise, no way, we should not be going in this direction. And hopefully the same will happen here. And again, there's a lot of misunderstanding about what euthanasia is. I mean, as I said, withdrawing all the tubes, all the machines at the end of life is not euthanasia. That's something that is legal right now. A lot of people think it's euthanasia.
Human rights conventions are not the root of evil because they do not define who is human, or rather they do without saying so. The unborn baby, Christians, heterosexuals are all regarded as subhuman. Better comment here. Wow, all the speakers are so excellent. Thank you, Scottish Family Party.
There's a question here. Has there been a massive reduction of unassisted suicide in countries that offer assisted suicide?
Yes, no. So what's interesting, nobody really knows what is going on. As soon as assisted suicide is legalized, the numbers of suicide have increased as well. Basically, when a parliament says we should legalize euthanasia and assisted suicide, it agrees in the principle that there are some lives no longer worth living, which is again a very dangerous direction in which to go. So in a way, they agree that some lives can be seen as cheap, as not worth living, as having no value. And when that principle is agreed in a society through its parliament, it then gives a message to the whole of society. If you're not enjoying your life, if you are miserable, if you're alone, if you're not loved, if you're depressed, then just end your life, because life has no worth, not really, not any value either. And if you go and see a doctor, and if you go and see your parliament, they say, yes, actually, we agree with you. If you were to end your life, we agree with you. Your life hasn't got any worth. Your life hasn't got any value. That was what happens when you legalise euthanasia and assisted suicide. What's happening now in the Scottish Parliament is you have a whole programme called Choose Life, I think it's called, where they're trying to reduce the number of suicides, especially amongst young men in Scotland. Why? Because the whole of society believes that these young men's lives has value and has worth. The Scottish Parliament believes that these values have life and have worth, and that's why they set up the programme. So it would be a very strange situation when you're trying to legalise assisted suicide in one direction and then trying to reduce suicides in another direction. There's something inconsistent here. Yeah. But we should always recognise that some people are really suffering, but the answer is compassion, suffering with, trying to reduce the physical suffering, which can be done in nearly most situations, and in very few situations when it cannot be done, then there's the solution of palliative sedation. But ending their lives is not a situation of compassion. You're just getting rid of the person.
Mm-hmm. A question I had, you speaking about self-determination and the countries that have assisted suicide by self-determination. How do they determine self-determination?
Yes.
So the second question is almost related on here, which is how do you respond to those in favour of assisted suicide who insist it's an entirely voluntary choice? I mean, it's the same similar question.
So this is where it becomes really important. The worth and value of life is not an individual choice; it's a choice of society. If you say you got no longer any worth or value and want to die, why should we even respect you? Why not just treat you like an animal or a vegetable or a piece of wood? If you don't have any value and worth, why should we even respect your autonomy? Mm-hmm. So the whole concept of equal value and worth must be something that is agreed by society, not just by the individual. A lot of people say, I make my own dignity. That is wrong. So the inherent human dignity, the kind of dignity that makes civilized society turn in a responsible way, is a society where everybody must believe in equal value and in worth. As soon as you say, I'm just an island to myself, it's me that decides my own value and worth, the whole society collapses as a civilized society, because we can just decide that the disabled person over there has got no value and worth either. So it's got to be something that we all believe in to have a civilized society and a parliament, actually. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And a question from Daniel Toy. Do you think the BBC and others should have a legal obligation to present balanced arguments in life issues like this, a bit like they have to be balanced politically during an election?
Yes, I do. I think the BBC and I would say some of the TV channels are completely unbalanced, mainly coming from certain journalists who haven't really thought it through. Yeah. As I said, though, some of the written media in Scotland, some of the big national newspapers are far more balanced, and they really do give both sides of the argument.
We have one final question. Exactly what was proposed in Scotland in the 2015 assisted suicide bill?
So what they were proposing, again, it was very strange. I don't think any other country proposed it. Is that they were the physicians, so the medical doctors refused to do this. They said we don't want to. We've gone into medicine, and the nursing professionals as well. We went into medicine to help people because we believe in value and worth of every single life. So when the 2015 legislation was being proposed, it was suggested that we should have specialized euthanologists, I think they were called, or something like that, specialized people who bring about the death of others who are not medical professionals. That caused an awful lot of discomfort, even in the Scottish Parliament. It's not easy to bring about the death of persons. And it's interesting that even in Switzerland now, those who assist in the suicide of people are psychological wrecks, and they would acknowledge that they are at the end of their tether psychologically by helping again and again and again every single day a person bring about their own death.
Okay, any more questions?
Yeah, can I just ask you a question? What are the policy positions of the mainstream parties in Scotland at the moment on assisted suicide?
I don't think any of the parties have a policy on euthanasia and assisted suicide outright. It's interesting that in every single party, be it the Conservative Party, the Scottish National Party, the Labour Party, the Liberal Democrat Party. You have MSPs who are very much in favour and MSPs who are very much opposed. So inside every party, there's a debate going on. Inside the Scottish Parliament right now, there's some very strong voices opposed to euthanasia and assisted suicide, including in the highest level of government.
Okay. What are we up to now? We're going to have a break then.
Okay, I want to apologise for the technical issues. It's the first time we've ever done this. First time we've run it, especially on Zoom webinar. We're getting used to it. I think we've solved the issue with the video echoing. And thanks to Philip Tanzer, who I think gave me the solution. And yeah, so now we're going to have a coffee break, and we'll be back. So we'll just put the holding screen up, and we'll be back at 11:15 with Bruce Scott, and we'll hopefully have a video without any sound issues. So grab yourselves a cup of tea, bit of breakfast, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Back to Richard Lucas on preparing for the Scottish elections. So over to Richard again.
Right, thank you. So not long till lunch. Just to clarify, lunch is not included in the conference fee today if you're expecting a delivery to come to your door. During this section, do fire in questions as well, and just interrupt me with questions if something comes up that you think would be good for me to answer as it comes along. So elections, we're a political party. So what we're all about ultimately is elections. Now, sometimes I find with the Scottish Family Party, some people slip into thinking that we're a bit more like a campaigning group. So they'll say, you know, how do I write to my MSP? What should I write to my MP? Is there any petition we can sign? There's some of the things that campaigning groups do. But ultimately, that's not what we're about. We're a political party, and we're about getting people elected into the Scottish Parliament. That's not to say these other things aren't really important. I think already the Scottish Family Party has awakened a lot of people to different issues, helped to change people's minds, enlighten people, hopefully in some areas that we've done a lot of research and revealed what's going on in Scotland. We've developed some policies that I think are very challenging and thought-provoking for people. So they are very valuable things, but ultimately it's election day that counts. I'm just looking at those issues, like for example, the sex education issue that we focused on a lot. That's become, I would say, the mainstream media won't touch it, but within Scotland, there's now very widespread awareness that there's a problem in that area. And that is because of the work of the Scottish Family Party. They say, but election day is the big thing, because votes count. In a democracy, it's election day when you've got real power, because the politicians can ignore you as much as they like, apart from on election day. So there's two ways that the influence can be felt. One way is you get people elected to represent your views in the Parliament, and that's what we're hoping to do. But the other way, even if a candidate isn't successful, the other parties, the media, they look at the votes. So if they see, well, that party, they didn't get in, but they got 10,000 votes or whatever, that will make them think, oh, well, we need to watch out here. There's a lot of people here who are disgruntled. We'd like those people to vote for us. What can we do to appeal to those people? Maybe we just need to rein things in a little bit and just adopt some of their policies. So one way or another, a vote has an influence. So when it comes to an issue like assisted suicide, as we're hearing from Dr. McKellar earlier on, I mean, in Scotland, actually, some of the parties do have policies. So if you want to vote for assisted suicide, you can vote for the Greens or the Lib Dems, because it's their policy. I think Labour have considered it. But the other parties are neutral. So if, say, with your list vote in the election, you vote Conservative and you're really against assisted suicide, there might be, say, 3 Conservative MSPs elected in your region. Maybe one of them will be against assisted suicide, 2 of them will be for it. So your vote hasn't actually had any influence on the issue. Whereas we're giving the people the chance to use their vote, the most powerful thing they have, to express a view on these issues. So we want MSPs in the Scottish Parliament. And the whole idea of the Scottish Family Party is geared towards the Scottish electoral system. If we were over the border in England, there wouldn't be a party anything like this. We wouldn't have started it. But our whole philosophy is geared to the Scottish system because there's a proportional representation element to it. So Scotland is divided into 8 regions on the list system, and you have 2 votes. You vote in your constituency, first past the post, but you also get a vote on the regional list. Then there's a fairly complicated system that then applied to it to work out which parties get elected. But basically, the parties that have won constituencies are then held back on the list. Their vote gets divided by certain numbers. So it gives small parties a chance. 5 or 6% of the vote can get an MSP elected. Not necessarily, but it puts you in with a real chance if you can get 5 or 6%. Now that's a mountain decline. 5 or 6% is an awful lot of people, but it's a completely different game than trying to win a constituency, which really is a very tall order indeed. So what we need to do as the Scottish Family Party is have candidates to stand on the list in each of the 8 regions in Scotland. Now, the person who's top of the list, that's the person we're hoping is going to get elected. And if we get enough votes, that will be the person who goes and becomes an MSP. The person who's number 2, well, we're not going to get enough votes to get 2 people elected. But if one person gets elected and for some reason they can't continue being an MSP, then number 2 would go and be the MSP. So you need at least 2. But preferably having another couple of names on as well is a good thing, just to show the weight of support, the number of people involved and willing to represent the party in a region. Now, in terms of financing this, for each region, there's just a £500 deposit, so £4,000 overall. That's no problem for us. We can afford that and have plenty of money left over for campaigning. So that's the regional list. That's our real focus. That's why the Scottish Family Party exists, is to campaign on the regional list. Another part of our thinking is you've got 2 votes, so people can use 1 vote to vote for an independent supporting party or a unionist party or a left-wing or a right-wing party, whatever. But then you've got another vote that can be used for these other issues that we think are, at least we think, that are more important than the mainstream political issues. So we're appealing to people to say these issues are so important, it's worth you using 1 out of your 2 votes to put these opinions into the Scottish Parliament. So we need people to stand on the list. And we also would like people to stand in constituencies. Now, if you think, I'd really like to stand in my constituency, I've got lots of local contacts here. My local MSP is particularly atrocious. I'd quite like to challenge them. In a local constituency, there'll be various events, hustings. I don't know if they'll be happening face-to-face, but they'll happen one form or another. The local radio station will probably come and interview you. So there's an opportunity to promote the Scottish Family Party by standing in your constituency. I mean, let's face it, you're not going to win it. You're not going to win it. But what you're doing by standing in your constituency is you're raising the profile of the party, and therefore more people are likely to vote for the Scottish Family Party with their second vote, with their list vote. Having said we won't win a constituency, I think the Western Isles is the exception. I think we could have a realistic chance of winning in the Western Isles at some point with a good local candidate. So election campaign, if you're a candidate, what sort of things are there to do? Well, there can be the straightforward things like leafleting. There might be local hustings, radio programs, etc. You can go door to door, have a stall in the street, give out leaflets, chat to people. There's lots you can do online. Obviously, social media advertising, and hopefully things will be shared as well. And also, we're quite keen on sort of creative stunts. We've got our outdoor projector now, so we can go and put images, controversial, provocative, amusing, whatever, challenging images on buildings around Scotland. So hopefully that'll get some attention as well. Lots of campaigning costs money, but we'll have some money. We'll have a budget to spend on promoting the party throughout Scotland. So my big picture, what I'm heading here, I'm trying to persuade people to come forward to be candidates. So what you need to think about for that, the first thing is, it's a very public declaration. So the family party is publicly then associated with you, and you are publicly associated with the Scottish Family Party. And the first rule for any candidate for a party is do no harm. Okay, even if you do nothing, that's much better than doing harm. Because in election time, it always happens, doesn't it? Someone's a candidate for a certain party, someone does some research into their social media and find they've said, they wish Nicola Sturgeon was shot or whatever. They've got some outrageous things there. The party's embarrassed and they have to chop them from the candidate list. It's bad publicity. So we don't want that. So you really need to think carefully about what you've got online. We don't want you to be an embarrassment to us. On the other hand, if there's things in your past that are in your past, then whereas other parties might say, no way, you know, we're not touching you if you've been involved in that in the past. Whereas we're more likely to say, well, if you say that's in the past, but this is the present, this is different, you know, I've moved on, then that's no problem at all. Like we might have a candidate who's an ex-gay porn star. I'm not sure the Conservative parties would allow that in Scotland. But as far as we're concerned, we want to look at what people are now and not what they've been. We're happy to stand by people like that. So as far as being a candidate, there's a spectrum. So at the one end, you know, be the lead candidate. You might make media appearances, take part in debates, be a public face for the Scottish Family Party. At the other end, it might be they just want to stand in your constituency, give out some leaflets. And you know, you don't necessarily need to be a public face of the party in order to do that. You just need to be willing to put some effort into it, to work at it, you know, use your contacts in the area, invite people to take an interest in the family party. So are you up for that? If you're going to be a candidate, it's quite an experience. One of the things you'll experience is hatred. You get all sorts of terrible messages. People will call you all sorts of things. You know, that's a routine for us. So centrally in the Scottish Family Party, you'll get a little dose of that. But I'm guessing you're quite thick-skinned and you can handle a bit of that. The other thing, you might find a bit of ostracism. People that you've known for ages, they seem perfectly fine, perfectly reasonable people. Then suddenly they find you a Scottish Family Party candidate and things change. But again, you've just got to weigh that up. It might be a small price you pay in some contexts for standing up for what you believe in. But on the other hand, if you stand for the family party, you'll also find lots of encouragement as well. People will say to you, I'm so glad you're willing to take a stand. I really appreciate it. I haven't known who to vote for years, and you're giving me the opportunity. And it's brilliant that you're willing to stand up for what you believe in and what I believe in. And you'll get plenty of that as well. And that's very encouraging. So are we going to win? Well, we're not going to win the whole election. Are we going to get MSPs elected? Well, let's have a think about that. When we did our survey in the summer, we put a question on the end. Have you heard of the Scottish Family Party? Now, what would you guess the percentage was for that? I was expecting something like, I don't know, 3% maybe. It came out that 9% of the Scottish population have heard of the Scottish Family Party. All right, within that 9%, that was 3% saying, yes, I've definitely heard of them. And 6% saying, yes, I think so. I think I've heard of them. Yeah. Now, 3% of the population, that's 150,000 people saying, yes, I've definitely heard of them. That was then. It will have grown a bit since then. Now, in terms of the election turnout is only 60-odd%. So that 150,000, if all of those people voted for us, then that would be more than enough to get some MSPs elected. But obviously, there's a difference between having heard of you and going to vote for you. A lot of people have heard of us, but they disagree with us. There'll also be people who've heard of us, like what we say, but then they'll end up voting for a different party in any case. On the other hand, there'll be people who haven't heard of us at the moment. They will come across us in the election campaign, and they might decide to vote for us then. So it's really hard to predict. Now, opinion polls are not very helpful in this regard, because when you see the opinion polls of which parties have got what percentage of support, what they do is they tend to give people choices. It'll be online, and there'll be boxes to tick. Do you support SNP, Conservative, Labour? There'll be no box for Scottish Family Party. Okay, you have to maybe type it in at the bottom. And what that does is it really suppresses the polling performance of small parties. So I think polls are very inaccurate as far as we're concerned. But at the end of the day, when people are in that polling booth, seeing us on the ballot paper, it's really hard to predict how many votes we're going to get. But what we're aiming for is to get MSPs elected. If we got a couple elected, I'm sure the election after we'd get 8 elected, because our public platform would have grown so much. If we don't manage it this time, we try again next time. If we keep growing and reaching more and more people at the rate that we are, then we keep heading in the right direction. But during the election time campaign, what about media coverage? I think I've learned recently, we can just forget it. It doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what news story we're part of. It won't get reported, or if it does get reported, they'll deliberately not mention there's anything to do with the Scottish Family Party. So the media is not going to be much good. there's a string of new parties popping up to stand on the regional list at the Scottish election. Which, how does that affect us? Well, it just depends. It could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. It just depends on how the maths works out. But we're very unique. We're the only party, pro-marriage, pro-life, pretty central, obvious policies. The new parties popping up, none of them are going down that route. What we will get is a party election broadcast, which will be shown on TV stations. I know not a huge proportion of the population watch TV anymore, but that will be an opportunity. We'll put something together for that. And also during the campaign, we'll try and make things happen. We'll try and generate stories. The media will ignore it, but they'll fly on social media. At the last election, when I just stood against Ian Blackford, we stood outside one of his meetings with a placard saying, if you agree with the SNP's promotion of pornography, vote Blackford. And he foolishly came out and remonstrated with us and said, oh, that's offensive. I'm going to report you to the police. Which was great, because we could tell that story, and then it flies on social media, tens of thousands of people seeing it all over Scotland without any cost at all. Then for the rest of the campaign, Ian Blackford avoided ever being in the same room as me. Even when a hustings was arranged, he just refused to go to it. Now, the reach of that wasn't particularly just in the constituency where I was standing, but the reach was all over Scotland. Yeah, I say tens of thousands of people watching a video of that story. During this election campaign, we'll be trying to do the same sort of thing, get the same sort of incidents and have the same sort of social media reach with those. Again, our projector, I think, could be the source of lots of interest and lots of incidents during the campaign. Now, what we were really hoping for this election is that Brexit would be over, because Brexit had dominated the headlines for however many years. And that's not ideal for us, because people's political thinking is full up with Brexit. So we were thinking, let Brexit be out of the way, and then we can get people's attention a bit more. But no sooner has Brexit gone, of course, we've had coronavirus, which has dominated the news, dominated people's political thinking, which again doesn't suit us. But we're hoping that by the time the election comes around, even coronavirus will really be on the back foot as well, and people will be looking at other political issues. As far as independence is concerned, I mean, that's not going anywhere soon. But still, our message is there are more important issues. You've got 2 votes. You can use one for these other issues as well. Now, with coronavirus, we could have taken a really strong line. If we'd have made ourselves an anti-lockdown party, really hard line down that, we probably would have gained support, but would have put off a lot of people that would be our natural supporters. Then when coronavirus is gone, these people who were attracted with that policy, they might wander off as well. And overall, in the long term, it wouldn't have been beneficial. So with coronavirus, our policy has been, a mildly lockdown skeptic. We think lockdowns have gone a bit too far, and we would reconsider some elements of that. But with coronavirus, like Brexit, it too shall pass. And then we're looking forward to the day when the news is a bit more broad and other issues will be coming to the fore. So I encourage you to be a candidate. It'll be a life-changing experience. People who stand in elections, often that's it, they're hooked from then on. They just want to be involved in politics then throughout their lives. If you want to be a candidate, obviously you need to be a member of the party. You can go to our fantastic new website. Don Marshall's in the process of updating our website. The front page is done. But say, do go along and join the family party if you're interested in being a candidate. So if you want to open a new chapter in your life, a bit of an adventure, if you're thirsty for a bit of frontline action, stand up for what you believe in, not just for your own sake, but for the sake of others as well, then I would encourage you to take the plunge and drop us an email and ask to be considered to be a candidate. Now, you might be thinking, what about my job? I don't know how that would go down. I might be in hot water. Well, I would say with that, there's 3 approaches you could take to that. One is just submit, capitulate, keep your head down and think, right, my employer is going to control what I do outside my employment. And therefore, these really important values to me, they're going to go unsaid, unsupported in the public arena because I really need to keep my head down. That's an option. Another option is to, well, maybe ask your employer, say you're thinking about doing it, and they might say, oh, well, we won't let you this time, but we might let you this time, or we'll let you do it, but you need to do this and say this. So they're just trying to make a compromise. I think what tends to happen in that situation is as soon as they feel they've sort of got you on the run, they'll push and push and push and try and restrict and restrict and restrict until eventually you're back to not doing anything. The other option is just to be strong and say, okay, appreciate your opinion. This has nothing to do with my employment. This is outside work. I'm not representing anything unreasonable, perfectly valid positions I'll be promoting during this election. So I'm going to go ahead. And you might well find that your employer is actually more afraid of you than you are of them. Okay, if it actually came to them thinking, what are we going to do about this? There's a price to pay for them as well. So I'd encourage you to be bold and confident and take the step forward. We don't want to live in fear. We want to be free. So I'd encourage you to play your part in the election campaign next year. There'll be lots of ways to play your part, other ways as well, in terms of campaigning, contributing financially. But also, being a candidate is a crucial role, and you could be one of the people we need to really make an impact next year. So if you're interested, do email us, admin@scottishfamily.org, admin@scottishfamily.org, and we'll be in touch with you and take that forward. Right, thanks very much.
There are some questions. Do you want to take?
Yes, questions. Yeah, good.
Yeah, so one from Alex Clark is, what are the three main solutions for Scotland?
Three main, well, our tagline normally is pro-family, pro-marriage, pro-life. Now, when you say solutions for Scotland, there's a whole range of issues in Scotland. There are some issues in Scotland that the mainstream parties are trying to tackle them, and between them, they have ideas and they can move things forward. What we're looking at is really important areas where the mainstream parties have got no ideas. They've got nothing to say. So it's not so much that we're saying we've got the solution to every political question in Scotland, but we've got some things that are really important. I mean, listening to Belinda's talk, that really rammed it home, didn't it? If you neglect these areas, you're creating social problems within a nation that are hugely far-reaching, a huge impact on the economy, etc., because it ends up being very expensive for the government. So I think our elements, if our policies were brought into the discussion, there's the potential to make a massive difference. But the position we're going to be in, I mean, let's be honest, I'm not going to be First Minister after this election. So what we're trying to do is bring other angles in to get the government, the political establishment to look at different areas and to open their minds to that, and that could be hugely valuable for Scotland.
Yeah, so it's a question, but actually it's just Tanzer to explain it. It says, will freedom, thought, speech and choice be central to our party, which it is. So
yes, yeah, but very definitely, it's not particularly on the agenda today, but you can see in our social media output and from our policies as well, that is a very important aspect of our platform. It's one of our 7 principles. I would say on that, I do think there's a window of opportunity for the Scottish Family Party to operate. On current trajectory, we won't be able to function as a party, I would say, within 5 or 10 years' time, because we'll have no social media. The Electoral Commission won't allow us. I mean, I'll be in prison for hate speech or whatever. It really will be impossible to operate. You won't have a bank account, you name it. So then there is a window of opportunity to push back and try and get some influence. But on current trajectories, I think that it won't be possible within 5 or 10 years.
So someone's saying that we need a clear campaign structure, but so we have good policies, common sense policies, and there needs to be an alternative voice. But how are we going to increase our reach?
Right, for that, there's no magic bullets to that. There are no easy answers. The basic answer is doing everything that we do as well as we can do it. And then the money that we've got, you can spend money on social media to reach a lot of people relatively cheaply. That's what we do routinely. That's what we do a lot more of during the election campaign. And the other thing is to make things happen, to generate events, because a story to tell flies on social media in a way that presenting a policy doesn't. The other thing we'll do during the campaign is get lots of different people making little videos. And we'll think about what key messages we're going to push during the campaign as well. In the normal run of things, we dot around different topics, go into them in quite some depth. During the election campaign, or really in the new year, really, we won't be doing that so much. It'll be focusing on core issues, core messages, and repeating them again and again, bearing in mind that some of the people hearing them are hearing them for the first time.
Yeah, final question, a bit more technical. You talked about standing in election on, there's the list, and then there's in a constituency. Can you do both, or are you automatically on the list if you're in a constituency?
Good question, you can do both. So we would assume anyone that's going to stand in their constituency would also be on the regional list as well. Yeah, we would definitely do it that way. So I would recommend people, if you're interested in being a candidate, do think about standing in your constituency as well, because it opens up a whole new set of possibilities as well, and your local connections will be very valuable as well. Right, I think that's the question done. So admin@scottishfamily.org, and look forward to hearing from you.
So yeah, just going to close now for lunch. We'll be back again at 1:15, so go and grab yourself something to eat. Just to back up on what Richard's saying, I personally will looking to stand in the election and put myself forward, you know, and if I can do it, I'm pretty sure that any of you guys can do it. So I apologize for the technical issues. We've never done this before. I've never done this before, and you know, we've had a few little issues, but you know, we'll get there in the end and we'll learn a lot. So next time we'll be able to do these perhaps smaller events on a more regular basis using the system in future. So thank you, go and enjoy your lunch.
Is an artist. You can go and visit his gallery in Durness. You've already heard from Phil, recently had a BBC documentary devoted to him. He's the Scottish Family Party spokesman on LGBT issues. Phil Tanzer.
Hello, hi there. Very nice to be invited to the conference. And can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, Phil, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the technical aspects are working. First of all, I would like to thank all speakers that came before me. I was very, very well impressed, and my talk will not be as scientific as some of the other talks, but I hope that's okay. I would also like to thank Richard for running the Scottish Family Party, and also for everybody involved in organizing this event today. And of course, I would also like to thank everybody who's watching. Now, what I'm talking about today is controversial, and I want to make clear that my views are my personal views, and what I'm saying now is not all Scottish Family Party policy, but what I'm thinking in regards to LGBT promotion in our society. And every once in a while, I'm gonna have to say that I'm not homophobic. To make this clear, I myself am bisexual. I used to be in relationships with men till I was 32. I still have a same-sex attraction, but I started dating women again, and I would love to have a family and a committed marriage, so I would leave my same-sex attraction. Well, I can't leave the attraction behind, but practicing it, I would leave that behind. So that's just a short introduction, and now we're gonna get into the talk, and I'm reading the talk, and I hope I do that as lively as possible, and I hope that I don't stumble over my words. If I do, then just take the fact that I'm German as an excuse for that. So, I would like to talk and critically assess the approach of Western countries, with Scotland at the forefront, to normalize and propagate LGBT lifestyles. This talk is about LGBT positivity, but the same could be said about sex positivity, body positivity, which means being very positive about being overweight, porn positivity, and most of all, the normalization of divorce and single parenthood. All of these things, in my opinion, are problematic. Now, to make this absolutely clear, it is my personal belief that people should be allowed to do whatever they want to do in their sexual life, as long as it is consensual and not unlawful. In regards to people of faith, I believe that it is the duty of a Christian to embrace people of all walks of life with compassion, while having the right to disagree with their lifestyle choices. And you should have the right to publicly say that. Now, I want to ask the question, is it possible that it is negative for society and individuals if being LGBT is being celebrated and propagated in society? There are two answers. One of them is based on morals. I will not get into that philosophical rabbit hole because I don't want to talk about morals here. The other answer is based on statistics and data. Now, what is better, being gay or being straight? From a biological point of view, the answer is clear. Being straight is the norm, and it is the basis of procreation. Yes, gay couples can have children through arrangements, but statistics indicate that children benefit from growing up with their biological father and mother. This is the same reason why single parenthood is not as good as having both parents. Members of the LGBT community are more likely to have mental health issues, to be suicidal, and to consume illegal drugs. Relationships, LGBT relationships, are less stable and promiscuity is much higher. The same is the case in regards to prostitution and sexually transmitted diseases. It needs to be highlighted here that there are massive differences between different groups under the LGBT umbrella. So for example, lesbians take less drugs than gay men. Being LGBT does come with its problems. And no, they are not created by heteronormativity in society or the oh so homophobic society. Most of these problems are actually created by the LGBT community itself and its members. Now, this is going to be a controversial statement, what I'm going to say next. That's why I'm going to say it twice. You should not want to be gay, and you should not want your children to be gay. I say that again. You should not want to be gay, and you should not want your children to be gay. But if you are gay, or if your children are gay, that should be okay. You shouldn't hate yourself for that. But you should not want to be gay, or your children want to be gay. But we're slowly moving in that direction in our society, I would say. So, unfortunately, nowadays, if a person, especially your child, is gay, you should treat them with the same love and respect, of course. So I want to make that very clear. What I talk about in this talk is not to diminish the respect or love towards gay people. We should create a society where LGBT people are being treated with respect, but that there is no reason to celebrate their sexual identity, not in schools, not in government-funded street parades, not by the police, and not in churches. The Guardian wrote in March this year, the number of people identifying as lesbian, gay, or bisexual in the UK has increased by more than 1/3 in 4 years. I continue to quote, data taken from the annual population survey, which collects information on self-perceived sexual identity from people aged 16 and over, found that the number had increased from 1.6% to 2.2%. That's an increase of almost 1%. Young people aged between 16 and 24 were the most likely to identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual at 4.4%. That's twice the rate of the overall population. Now, the LGBT organization Stonewall claims that this increase is only due to more people feeling comfortable to come out. But homosexuality has been a non-issue for a long time. But what has changed, though, is the massive push towards LGBT normalization and glorification in media, social media, and in schools. We all know that people, especially young people, are malleable and that they follow trends. An example, 30 years ago, there was an epidemic of bulimia and anorexia amongst young people, especially girls. 15 years ago, it was borderline and, again, especially girls cutting themselves. And now it is transgenderism and identifying with the LGBT umbrella. Young people, especially vulnerable ones, try to fit in, to find an identity. In the past, homosexuality and transsexuality was associated with shame and even punishment. Now it is associated with special attention, privileges, and protection in a combination with a membership in a glorified victim group that even has its own awareness month in school. That can be quite tempting for an aimless and isolated young person to join that group. In the past, LGBT community insisted that people were born this way and that your sexuality was not influenced by upbringing or socialization. Wikipedia claims there is no substantive evidence which suggests parenting or early childhood experiences play a role with regards to sexual orientation. So we are supposed to believe simultaneously that a smack will destroy your child's life and your child's self-identity in regards to the smacking ban, but being molested as a child has no impact on its later sexual identity? Really? I chose, of course, an extreme case, and I'm not trying to insinuate that all or most LGBT people have experienced abuse, though as far as I know, it is relatively common. But I want to tell you a story. It's lived experience, so to speak. I was in a relationship with a man. This man was, as a child, molested by his stepfather. When this happened, the stepfather was wearing a bathing robe. Now, as a 40-year-old adult, this man has a sexual fixation on older men wearing bathing robes. And to my shock, he was not even aware that there might be a correlation. How more obvious could the correlation be that he fetishized his traumatic experience? But why was the LGBT community and, of course, the media and leftist politicians obsessed with the born this way narrative? Gregory Lewis, a professor at Georgia State University, wrote, "The link between belief in biological basis for homosexuality and support for LGBT rights is strong. In other words, if society believes that people are born gay, then being LGBT is not the person's fault and cannot be blamed, and the person cannot be blamed for his or her lifestyle choices. But if being LGBT is socialization and can be in parts a choice or could be changed, then the acceptance towards LGBT lifestyle would be lower." But this approach is now out of date. The new normal is the concept of sexual fluidity. It practically means that you can be anything you like and change your gender identity and sexuality however you like within the LGBT community. But something seems to be left out of the concept of sexual fluidity. You are not supposed to move back to heterosexuality or your original gender. So we are expected to encourage young people that are unsure of their sexual preference to experiment with homosexuality, but we should not encourage children that are unsure about their sexuality to choose homosexuality or to wait with making sexual decisions till they are older. To be honest, in my opinion, leave children alone. Don't push them either way. So the fluidity of sexuality is only promoted in one direction. And more importantly, the transition from homosexuality to bisexuality to committed heterosexuality is seen as rejection of your true self. Because funnily, if you suggest that a gay person could later have a happy, committed straight relationship, the old skeleton called born this way is being dragged out of the closet. In the past, gay people were bullied and forced into heterosexual relationships. Now, people are encouraged, even pushed into homosexual experiences, relationships, and lifestyles, while heterosexuality and marriage is being devalued. But LGBT education is only one of many attacks against so-called heteronormativity. Heteronormativity is the concept that our society views heterosexuality as the norm, which, to the discomfort of radical LGBT activists, it is. Being straight is the norm, but there are mainstream attempts to change that. One of the other attacks against heteronormativity is the destruction of natural gender differences while simultaneously creating a war between the sexes. For the last 40 years, man and masculinity have been demonized and fear has been instilled in women that men are dangerous predators. Women and girls have been actively encouraged not to live in dependency with any man, also known as traditional marriage, where both partners are dependent on each other. But strong, independent women are often unhappy single women, often also single mothers. And in cases where the woman's personality is unstable, trying out lesbian relationships or political lesbianism might be a viable option. Men, on the other hand, have been told for 40 years that they are evil and that their masculinity is harmful and toxic. This attack against masculinity is steadily intensifying. Boys are now intentionally emasculated and forced into more feminine behaviors. And for men, women and marriage are now dangerous because of divorce, custody battles, false allegations, and the vague notion that even talking to a woman could be sexual harassment. I actually do know men that chose homosexuality because dealing with women was just not worth it anymore. To make this clear, most of these men were actually older and already had marriages. The marriages fell apart, and now they were like, I'm not trying that anymore. And they moved towards homosexuality because heterosexual interactions just became too complicated for them. These men were not gay. They were straight, but had, often inspired by pornography or easy access to sex with a man, their first experimental gay contact. And similar to other vices like cheating on your partner or one-night stands or promiscuity, it is difficult to stop, especially if society encourages you to continue. Yes, homosexuality has always existed, and I do think it is part of society, and I am happy to see that more and more gay people choose relatively committed relationships. But the steady increase in the number of LGBT identifying people should worry us, just like the constant increase in divorces and single parents should worry us. These are all symptoms of a society that loses its structure and stability. Due to the dogma that being LGBT is positive, not even neutral, but positive, we as a society cannot ask certain questions, and even scientific research is restricted by political correctness. These questions the questions that I'm gonna ask in a second, might be illegal soon under the insane and totalitarian hate crime laws. These are some of the questions. Is same-sex parenting as good as straight parenting? Can gay men lead a stable relationship? Is trans-affirming treatment the right approach to treat gender dysphoria? Are mental health issues and homosexuality connected? Now here it gets really tricky. Is homosexuality a mental health issue? And even worse, can homosexuality be treated? I'm not saying that I'm in favor of all, that I'm arguing in favor of all of these questions. These are just questions. All these questions should be allowed to be explored. But there is real danger in this research, and it can be used in the most inhumane and destructive way imaginable. We should be aware of that. The fear of LGBT people of these questions is not unfounded, and science has been used before to radically oppress some people. That should never happen. But let's look at one possible area of research. So I am saying these questions should be allowed, but we have to be careful with what happens with this research, just to make that clear. So let's look at one possible area of research. Let's assume that research would indicate that hormonal imbalance in the womb causes homosexuality, or it makes it more likely. Mothers could then receive hormones to make sure that their child would not be gay. Now, the question is this just a more humane version of what the Nazis were working on? Or is it more closer to telling a mother not to drink or not to smoke so that the child would not be negatively affected? And here we come full circle. The term negatively affected. It sounds like I indicate that being gay is negative, which I think is incorrect. Being gay is not negative, but it's not the norm. And being outside the norm comes with potential problems. Some of them I mentioned in the beginning of the talk. If I was a parent, I would prefer my children to be closer to the norm, to give them a good start. Yes, I'd rather have a straight child than a gay child. Does that make me a bigot? No. I would also rather have a healthy child than a disabled child. But that doesn't mean I would love my gay or disabled or gay and disabled child any less. So no, I'm not a bigot. I would just like my child to have the best possible outcome in life. And to me, that would include getting married and having a family with a loving partner of the opposite sex. We should move away from the notion that homosexuality is bad, but we should also definitely move away from the notion that homosexuality is good or even better. The existence of homosexuality seems to be normal, but it is not the norm and should not be portrayed as the norm, or even as a superior way of life. Homosexual people should be treated with the same respect as all other people, and they should not face institutional discrimination, but should also not receive special advantages. And one of these advantages is the forced celebration of unnormal sexuality in kindergartens, schools, churches, and taxpayer-funded institutions. How heterosexuality and homosexuality is being portrayed in the media is up to the media. And private individuals, of course, should have the right to be dressed in a rainbow-colored dress all year if they want to. But the promotion of homosexuality and transsexuality by the government needs to stop. But with the SNP in power, we will see a continuation of identity politics and unequal treatment of different groups under the disguise of equality. Thank you very much. This was my slightly controversial talk on LGBT promotion and celebration in society. I am now open for a couple of minutes for questions.
Okay, Phil, thank you again. We heard you recently on the live feed, and again today you were just as good. Very, very engaging.
Thank you very much.
Quite a radical standpoint you took from the beginning, saying you should not want to be gay, neither should you be. Would you agree that Scotland is taking completely the opposite approach?
Yes, well, to make that clear again, it's absolutely okay if you are gay, but I think if society favors homosexuality to such an extent and celebrates it to such an extent, especially in school, that people, vulnerable people that are not firm in their self feel, oh, maybe I'm going to be happier if I identify as LGBT, then we definitely went the wrong direction.
Yes, yeah. Now, another question, and I think this is a question asking from a bisexual perspective. If the roots of your bisexual orientation were discovered and you could be healed, would you be prepared to change?
That's a very good question, and there is actually a movie about that, like a gay movie where you can take a pill and it makes you not gay anymore. It's an interesting question. I think if there was proof that eating more celeriac, for example, would make you more heterosexual, I would probably eat a little bit more celeriac just to make it easier for me to focus on a committed straight relationship, because I'm still like, I have very, 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 very few homosexual interactions nowadays, but it is still there. If I could get rid of it, I think I would pray for the answer to that, because I do think that the struggles that I'm facing in my life, all the struggles, not just LGBT struggles, are there for a reason. And I think that we sometimes have a cross to bear to learn certain lessons, and maybe struggling with it without interfering is the right way from a Christian point of view. I think I would pray for being strong enough.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a great question. It's a great question, and I do not have a great answer to that.
Thank you. What sort of opposition do you encounter when you express your views?
Well, because I used to be a gay porn actor, and I'm not being attacked as much by straight people and the straight media. I have been attacked in the past by the LGBT community just because I started dating women again. That was long before I took some more controversial views. So just by dating women, I was already attacked. I see very balanced views coming from the LGBT community, and there is a movement from some conservative LGBT people that question the radical LGBT community. But I would say even within the conservatives, my views are quite challenging, and I'm aware of that, and I'm very open. I'm not saying that my views are the right views, but they are my views, and I'm very open to all conversations.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. What do you think of Mike Davidson's Core Issues Trust, which practices reparative therapy? Do you think this should be supported or not?
The question is not if it should be supported. The question is, should it be banned? And it should definitely not be banned. Absolutely not. Because people that struggle with their sexuality, no matter what sexuality it is, should get support. This support should not push them in one direction, but it should help them to progress in the direction that you would prefer. I think it's a great project. I talked to them, I had conversations with them, and I think they're great guys, and I'm in contact with them. The only thing that I would hope, because they have a very strong Christian leaning, I wish there was an equal, an organization that took a similar approach, but just from a scientific point of view, not from a religious point of view, because people that are not religious, that are struggling with their sexuality, should receive help from a secular point.
That's an interesting point. Do we have time for any more questions at all?
Yeah, I think we can take
Right,
a few more.
right.
Yeah.
You've been very popular, Phil.
There's a lot of questions still coming.
Lots of questions still coming through.
I'm very happy to answer these questions in a talk with Richard on a Wednesday.
Yeah,
Right.
I think
Yes.
we should probably take those offline.
Yes.
And we can actually do another session with Philip at some point in time and go through these potentially.
Okay, that sounds good. So we'll just finish with one more then, just to bring this to a conclusion. How can you get on the BBC when we can't?
Well, the BBC reached out because they wanted to do, I would say, a hit piece, maybe, or a critical documentary on men's rights activists and the men's rights movement. And so they were reaching out to me. And because my past is so colorful and controversial, obviously I'm a good person to talk to. But even though some of my views might sound radical, I'm a very good person, and everything I say comes from a place of love. So it was, and I spent a lot of time with the documentary filmer Alvaro, and we became friends. So he gave me a very fair treatment, and I'm eternally grateful for that. Can I say something at the very end?
Please do.
Yeah. So there currently a march being organized in Edinburgh for the 12th of December. It's called Walking for Men and Boys, and it will be a non-political and non-controversial march that highlights the issues of men and boys, such as homelessness, suicide, mental health issues, fatherlessness, custody rights. And I invite all the members of the Scottish Family Party to support this march. I will share it with Richard, and hopefully he will share it with the rest of the party.
Thank you, Phil. We'll get that date out there, and hopefully some of us will be there. Yes.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being here, and I'm gonna leave the chat room now.
That's great. Okay. Bye-bye, Phil.
Bye.
Well, we're very grateful to the pro-life team for that really good presentation. There were some very good questions that came through on that, and Mary Lucas will respond personally to those questions. So we're coming towards the end of our conference now. It really has been very informative. There's a lot of really stimulating things that have been said. Thank you so much for attending. This is the moment we've all been waiting for now, the final speech by Richard Lucas. And perhaps we can just take a moment to thank him and Mary for all that they do for the party. And I'm sure Richard will have others that he wishes to thank. So over to Richard.
Thank you. I could start off by thanking the other speakers for stealing my lines from my talk. Whenever you're giving a talk at a conference, never go last, because you sit there during the day and people are just picking bits out of your speech and stealing your best lines as you go along. But do extend our thanks to everyone who's taken part in the conference. Thanks to you for attending as well. Thanks to Don for taking on the monumental technical challenge, and for Ben for presenting as well. We really appreciate that. Now tonight, the title of my talk is Anti-Woke is Not Enough. The other day, I'd had enough of the news and politics. I was on the BBC website, so I thought, I'm going to go away from the BBC's normal, propaganda masquerading as news. I thought I'll just have a look at the sport, just get away from it, or I'll have a change for a minute. So I went to the Formula One homepage on the BBC. I'm a motor racing fan. This is what I found. Lead story, Lewis Hamilton. I'm prouder of equality work than prospect of 7th world title. Now, Lewis Hamilton, his parents must have been wealthy because he did karting when he was very young. He had a contract with the top Formula One team from age 12 and is now one of the richest people on the planet. But he was spending millions of pounds on what he thinks is the top priority in terms of charitable endeavour. And that's trying to get more minority ethnic people into motor racing. And that's the lead story for the BBC. Next to it, what have we got? Sustainable fuels for the next F1 engine. So reference to climate change. What's the next story? W Series, the women's motor racing series. Women compete in all the other ones. They're not men's series. Women do and have always competed in them. But because it's a women's thing, the BBC are pushing that especially. Next thing, someone's got coronavirus. Next article, the Bahrain Grand Prix are going to have a sort of clap the NHS type thing at it. In other words, you go to the Formula One page, and it's the same things you're getting from the news page. I thought, surely this is just a one-off on the Formula One page. Surely other sports are not like that. So when they were to football, honestly, you might not believe me here. All these ones I'm going to state, they're from the front page of the BBC's football page just a couple of days ago. It can't get any worse. Swansea's dander on the lack of British Asian footballers. I mean, racism in football. Is there a shortage of minority ethnic players in the English football leagues or anywhere in Britain? I'm not sure. That there is at all. Right, what else have we got? Women of Power at Brentford, the club aiming to be the most inclusive in the UK. Again, another sort of feminist story. Hating and rage messages just drove me to play more. Footballer turned gamer on competing with men. So a computer gamer. Right, the next one. You have to wear the consequences of your actions. Rapinoe on taking a knee, white privilege, and speaking out. This is all from the same front page of the BBC Football. Players don't need empowerment, they just need the mic. Okay, that's from a woman's perspective. So, I don't know, women commentators or whatever. We've then got a picture of a male footballer here with his hairy chest and a bikini top. He's one of the Scotland players from the victorious side the other night. And it's a picture of him at a stag night, just messing around or whatever. But it's obvious the reason they've picked it. They've picked it because it just hints at the transgender message as well. I'm sure for that stag night, it'd been, I don't know, dressed as Santa Claus and taped to a lamppost. They wouldn't have put the picture in. What else have we got? Ex-England skipper now managing a men's team. And all the challenges to do with that. So that's football. Surely when we go to cricket, surely the woke agenda is not going to be dominating the cricket page on the BBC website, is it? Let's see. Girls don't have the same opportunities as boys in cricket. Next one. There aren't enough role models for black British kids in cricket. Next one. I hope for meaningful change. Rafiq addresses inquiry into alleged racism at Yorkshire. What next? Women shouldn't have to hunt for teams that play cricket. Okay, right. What next? Rugby. The forgotten story of Britain's first black coach. Tennis. Tennis's most awkward champion and the true power of her voice. Obviously, anti-racism activist. Golf. Masters honours the first black player with honorary membership or whatever. And it wasn't until I got to snooker that I couldn't find any woke content on that page of the BBC website. On the snooker one, we found Selby's amazing banana shot explained. What a relief. A bit of actual sport on the BBC's website there. Now, if you're anything like me, you just come across this all the time in the media, and it's just so tedious. You just get fed up of it. You get fed up of being preached at every time you go to the cinema, you watch the news, you watch other programs, dramas, whatever. It's just these constant messages. And the message is that this is what's wrong with the world. What's wrong with the world? These are the top priorities: racism, sexism, homophobia, and climate change. They're the four things that really matter. Now, so I'll just talk about climate change very briefly. First, sometimes people have said to me, I agree with all the policies of the family party. I think that's great, but we need to save the planet. Therefore, I need to vote green. What I say to those people normally is, if you look at the UK's measures to tackle climate change, they're pretty dramatic, pretty stringent. If you look at Scotland's, they're even more so. They're really at the extreme end on the world scale. So however you vote in the next Scottish election, the government will continue to take strident measures to control climate change. So even if that's a big concern for you, that's going to carry on. Those measures are going to carry on, whoever you vote for. Right, moving on to racism. Now, racism, it wasn't too long ago when it seemed like we were in the end game for racism in Britain and Scotland, didn't it? I mean, it just wasn't an issue, really. There'll always be a few nasty people around, obviously, but racist political parties have basically been eliminated. In my time being a housemaster in a boarding school, there's maybe a couple of times I came across genuine racist behavior from boys, but in both cases, they were both boys with serious problems, serious issues, and that was just part of a bigger picture. Whereas suddenly we're supposed to believe that there's a crisis gripping the nation. Everything needs to change. And this is driven by the dreaded so-called critical race theory. The idea that it's not about trying to achieve harmony, that what we're in is a battle of the races. And one side's got to win, another side's got to lose to sort things out a little bit. So all the other races are oppressed by the whites. We need to fight for equality. So now if you say, I just try and treat everyone the same, I'm not a racist, I'm not really interested in the issue, we just all get on together, it's fine by me, let's just ignore it. They'll say, well, that's not good enough. You're part of the problem, or even imply you're really a racist. And this race-obsessed social justice mindset has gained huge ground in our society in general, right down to the BBC's sports pages. It's divisive, it's highly political, and it creates a lot of resentment and disunity in society. I was reading a story just a couple of days ago where someone was called into the office at the big company they work for. It was a person, I think an Asian person. And the boss said, thanks for coming to see me. And it's a bit awkward having to ask this, but would you mind if we increased your salary? The person said, oh, am I being promoted? He said, no, it's just we've got to publish our race pay gap soon. And it's a bit wide, so we're just seeing if we're going to increase the wages for some minority ethnic people, and then it'll close the gap. Our statistics will be better. So the person, of course, said, okay, be my guest, pay me as much as you like. But is that really a route to a harmonious society? It's not. I think it's a serious threat to a harmonious society. I mean, these ideas come from academics, cultural Marxists in the universities. They filter through into the media, into politics, even down into schools. You might have seen some of my recent videos about that. Just down the road from here is George Watson's College, an independent school. And they made a video where they got their pupils talking about white privilege going along this line. And they've done this activity in the playground where the idea is that life's a race. And if you're white, you start with a 30-meter head start. If you're Asian, you start with a, 20-meter head start, and etc. And on it goes. And the pupils were saying in this video, it really brought it home to me, the truth of my privilege. And I thought, the school kids, they can't understand. They've been indoctrinated because the science teacher probably takes them into the playground sometimes and said, you stand here, you're the sun. So if you're the sun, Jupiter's here, Saturn's here, Earth's here, the moon's here, and they all stand in the positions. And the pupils think, oh, the teacher is teaching me some facts here and is helping me to understand them. But then when it comes to this political message, the pupils assume the same. They assume the teachers are just helping to teach them the facts, but they're not. I mean, it's a pure indoctrination. I would love to suggest that one of these pupils from the rather expensive independent school go down to Wester Hales Education Centre in the other direction, not such a great area, quite a poor area, and explain to the pupils there about white privilege. So this is something that really needs opposing, and it's a very important issue to address. Right, moving on, another aspect of the woke agenda. The homophobia, that's a problem, it's everywhere. We need to devote huge resources and attention to it. Now, in my sport reports for today, I think the BBC LGBT correspondent must be on holiday, because there is actually a person whose job it is to find LGBT stories to put on the BBC News. So I think they must be on holiday or on furlough or something. Now, again, with homophobia, there are some nasty people in society, and there are going to be some unpleasant things said and done to gay people. But that's not what LGBT campaigning is about at all. Organizations like Stonewall, they say what they're about is demanding acceptance without exception. In other words, everyone has to endorse the sexual choices, the lifestyle choices of everybody else. And so that's part of their message. The other part of their message is, as Phil was referring to, is to suppress any facts relating to different sorts of relationships. And homosexual relationships tend to correlate with physical, mental health problems, relational instability. You know, these are significant factors in a person's life, and this should give them pause for thought. Now, if someone said, oh, you're just born that way, you know, can't affect your decision making. But as I think Phil referred to, surveys have shown that now a majority of school leavers believe they're not exclusively heterosexual. In other words, they're open to the possibility of exploring relationships with men and women. So that's going to be a choice, which direction they're going to take that. In order to make that choice, I think they need to be aware of the facts, but currently the facts are taboo. I mean, the classic case in Scotland with regard to this is Derek Mackay, who was a disgraced former finance secretary, disgraced because he was like chatting up a schoolboy online. He said that when he sat in the Scottish Parliament listening to the same-sex marriage debate, it really inspired him. Do you know how it inspired him? It inspired him to leave his wife and family and to start a relationship with a man. Okay, I don't find that particularly inspiring, but he said that was he was really inspired to do that. Now, let's say Derek Mackay in that situation had instead thought, well, actually, I want to stay with my wife and kids. I regard this desire to go and have a relationship with a man, I regard that as a temptation. I don't want to go down that road. I'm going to try and seek some help, see if I can get some counseling to help me to do what I think is the right thing. We're heading towards the point where anyone offering to provide that counseling to him would be committing a crime. We're heading that way in the UK, we're heading that way in Scotland. The Scottish Trans Alliance is even campaigning on this issue, and they made it clear that they would regard if a child were to say to an adult, I'm a boy, but I really feel I'm a girl, and I don't really want to feel that. And the adult said, okay, let's pray about that. Let's pray that you feel like a boy that you are. Then they're saying that should be classed as a crime. That should be some sort of abuse. That's conversion therapy. And it's crazy, this direction we're heading in. I mean, right from nursery in Scotland, children are taught they have to accept and in fact celebrate any and every form of family, any and every type of relationship. There's an article in a newspaper just the other day saying, there's only 4 or 5% LGBT people in the police, which sounds like overrepresentation to me. But the police and every other public body, they have to be obsessed with these issues. That's why every now and again they spend a few £1,000s getting a patrol car decorated to look like a paper plate from a 5-year-old's birthday party, as a way of communicating that they're basically politically biased, that they're on a certain side of these debates. Now, at last year's conference, I mentioned a little bit about my adventures with the General Teaching Council for Scotland, who are on my case because I said children need a mum and a dad ideally, and Police Scotland, who'd also been on my case for the same thing. And I gave you an update on the story. Now, both stories are still ongoing, and they've grown arms and legs in the meantime. And I can't wait to tell you these stories because it's unbelievable what's been going on. So watch this space. You will be shocked and appalled and amazed at the things that have happened in that regard. Just while I'm on that topic, when I've got these freedom of speech challenges, it really frustrates me when you hear conservative politicians in Scotland opposing the hate speech legislation, or sort of half-heartedly opposing it. They're the great defenders of freedom of speech. When my case is concluded and they're given the opportunity to comment on that, can you even imagine any of them coming and standing by me and saying that's really bad what happened? That should not have happened in Scotland. Can you even imagine that? No chance. Are they really defenders of freedom of speech, or is there any opportunity to give the SNP a kick? I suspect it's the former. But the main issue under this LGBT campaigning is the undermining of the ideal of natural family life. And we're getting very close to the point where it's going to be a bar to your career, to start a course, to register in professional associations, to work for different companies. we're headed towards the point where you'll have to sign a declaration that you're on board with this whole philosophy. Because as claiming to be a press group, they're never going to be satisfied. They're never, Stonewall or Equality Network, they're never going to say to the government, we don't need any more money, mission accomplished. They just become more and more shrill, aggressive, and intolerant. And the amazing thing is that this campaigning, this aggressive political campaigning, it's completely unrelated to the views of many, if not most, gay people. So this is a serious issue, and we need to challenge it, and we do. That's another aspect of the woke agenda. Right, the other one, the BBC Sport website was full of, sexism is everywhere. We've got to fight sexism. And maybe this is the most serious issue out of all of them. Because the idea behind it is that women are oppressed by men, and they need to be liberated from that. And the way to liberate them is to make women do things exactly the same way that men do. And the most important consequence of that is something that's really at the heart of our policies as the family party, is opposing what we call the ABM, childcare policy. ABM for anyone but mum. Because all the parties in the Scottish Parliament, they don't care who looks after kids as long as it's not mum. Their mission is to separate mothers from their children for as long as possible from as early as possible, because they want women to be fulfilling their potential instead by being racing drivers or CEOs or MSPs, where they're paying their taxes and closing the gender pay gap. And what they assume is that what every woman in Scotland wants, what every mother wants, is they want to minimize the amount of time with their own young children. So they want more and more state childcare. Now, surveys show that's just not true. That's not what mothers want. What they would like to be at home with their kids more, but often it's financial pressure that prevents that. So there's a total disconnect. So the parties think, we'll try and get the women on board. This is the policy that will do that. Whereas in fact, it's not responding to what mothers are actually wanting. It's that they can't afford not to work. And part of the reason for that is we've got one of the most unfair tax systems in the world. There are hardly any countries on the planet that tax a married couple as two different individuals. Virtually everywhere else, you look at household income, which is just obviously the fair thing to do, isn't it? So in Britain, if you've got mum and dad both earning £25,000, so family income £50,000, they would get a lot more money to spend than the family next door, family income £50,000, where just dads are earning and mums are home with the kids. They'll pay far, far more tax. So the whole system is geared towards making it difficult for a parent to be at home with their kids. Now, when they talk about this in the Scottish Parliament, because they're increasing the amount of childcare, doubling it for 3- and 4-year-olds, it really irritates me. They all stand up from every party and they say, we want to do this to give children the best start of life in life. We want an insult to mothers. So they're saying, being in the nursery with an unqualified 16-year-old or whatever is obviously better than being at home with mum. Then they say mum can go and do something else, anything, we don't care what she does. She can do a course, she can work, we don't care what she does, as long as it's not looking after her own children. But when they say it's best for children, do they produce any evidence? Is there any research suggesting this? No, they don't even begin to think about that. Now, our policy as the family party is when the Scottish government doubles the amount of childcare it offers to 3- and 4-year-olds, our policy is to say, well, if a family says, we actually don't want that much childcare, we only want morning, we don't want morning and afternoon for our 3-year-old, then they can take the cash instead. And from the Scottish government's figures, the cost in the first year of this project is over £10,000 per kiddie. I've done the sums, over £10,000 per kiddie. That's a substantial amount of money that should be available to parents who decide they don't want the state to look after their children. Now, the Scottish government's having terrible problems with this scheme. They've delayed it allegedly because of coronavirus. But one of the reasons they're delaying it is they can't recruit enough nursery nurses. They need 20,000 of them. And the qualifications needed are 0. They will take anyone, 16-year-olds with no qualifications, but they can't recruit enough. And it just reminds me of the great line from G.K. Chesterton. I made a cartoon of it, that's probably a couple of years ago now. He said, it's like a madman watering his garden with a watering can while he holds up an umbrella to keep off the rain. So that's what it's like. They try and push out the natural source of childcare, the family, and try and replace it with the state, then find it's really hard work and it's really difficult. Whereas if they just left it alone, it would look after itself. If you look at what's happening in Sweden, any Scandinavian country, this SNP love it, that's their role model. In Sweden, they have childcare, state childcare from age 1. And there are moves now to make it compulsory from age 2. Do you know how homeschooling is illegal in a lot of these countries? Well, it will be illegal in Sweden from age 2. Okay, you have to take your 2-year-old to the nursery. And as a result of all this childcare, it's very expensive, taxes are sky high, and so both parents need to work in order to earn enough money to pay the bills. And that's the model in Sweden, and that's the direction the SNP wants to take Scotland, and that's the direction that none of the other parties show any opposition to at all. They all just go along with it. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I went to an online conference of an organization called Mothers at Home Matter. I don't know if you've heard of them, look them up on the internet, really good. Quite a lot of people at the conference. I was the only bloke at it for the morning. Felt quite conspicuous. Oh, this is a quote from their website. The child's first port of call is its mother, particularly in the first weeks or months. By focusing public funds on external care and removing financial support from parents caring at home, the ability for children to be cared for by their mothers has been made difficult. The needs of the child do not appear to be considered in this drive for subsidised childcare. Spot on. At the conference, people talked about some of the evidence about the effects of long hours in childcare for very young kids. There's evidence that it affects emotional development. It can affect their relationships in the future negatively. It can lead to impulsive and aggressive behavior. It can lead to mental health problems and other behavior problems as well. Now, I believe it would be better for society to have better adjusted kids and adults. That follows naturally. I think that outweighs the benefits of getting a bit more tax out of people. Now, but what I've just said there, that's not Scottish Family Party policy. Our policy is not to tell anyone how they ought to structure their family life. Our policy is let families choose. They can do what they want to, but we want to give them that choice. We don't want the current system where everything is geared towards twin income families. Now, obviously with this, it's not a black and white issue. There's more or less childcare. It's not all or nothing, but each family needs to make their own choice. Now, there are powerful voices in the media in Scotland and in government that talk about liberating women from the home, and they make childcare and homemaking sound like a cross between slavery, imprisonment and torture. But in doing that, they're declaring war on human nature. Lots of people have tried to do that in the past. It doesn't end well. It's not going to end well in this case either. Mothers at Home Matter, great organisation. They said they'd approached all the political parties in Westminster to present their case for them. They said no one would even meet with them, apart from the Conservatives. So they got one Conservative MP to come and speak to them. It was Oliver Letwin. And he said, what he said to them was, just forget it, you've got no chance. So that's the attitude from the parties in the Scottish Parliament at the moment. So we're really bringing something new and important into political debate. Now, Nicola Sturgeon, I think, is a female supremacist. She thinks women are superior to men. She thinks the world's problems would be alleviated significantly if just women were in charge everywhere instead of men. She really does believe that, apart from when it comes to bringing up kids. Because when it comes to that, she thinks mums are just the worst option, anything but mums. But I think a lot of women take a different view. So I'm talking about those elements of wokeness. Remember the title of my talk, Anti-Woke is Not Enough. This sort of social justice thing, it can wind you up, can't it? It's everywhere, you can't get away from it. And there's lots of writers and commentators, YouTubers, who spend their time showing you the latest crazy story from this sort of thinking. And there's a big market for that. It can be quite entertaining having a laugh at the latest nonsense that's going on. But anti-woke is not enough. We're going to have a positive vision as well. Now, I've outlined some of that already in what I've said. For example, our approach to childcare is very much a positive vision there. But there's another couple of issues I want to move on to. Just two. Right, the first one, we're forever hearing about white privilege, male privilege, the poverty-related attainment gap, all these equality issues. What about married parent privilege? What about dad privilege? You know, having a father in the family home while growing up. I mean, all these things, obviously, sometimes things don't work out that way, but that is a privilege in terms of an advantage in life. What about family life privilege full stop? Some people end up not having any family context at all while they're growing up. These factors are far more important than these other ones that they're looking at. You know, race, male, female, etc. All those things, they pale into insignificance beside the effect of family structure and family stability during the early years. You know, Belinda mentioned some of these things. From a broken home, you're more likely to be a single parent in later life. 70% of young offenders from single parent families. 60% of prisoners from broken homes. Listen to this one. This is shocking. 0.6% of children in local authority care. 0.6%. And yet those people account for 1/3 of prisoners and 1/2 of young offenders. Virtually everything you can measure, academic health, mental health, risky behavior, relationship problems, everything shows an effect of family stability and being brought up by ideally a married mum and dad. So that these massive inequalities here, clear disadvantages for certain people in society, and yet the political class just don't care. Is it that they don't care? Is it that they don't know? I mean, the Scottish Parliament's obviously a hotbed of independent thinking. So a lot of them just don't know, but there's no sign of trying to address these issues. In Scotland, they don't even bother trying to measure them. Often you need to get statistics from other countries, because in Scotland, the data isn't even gathered. The emphasis in Scotland is that, yeah, there's all these problems with young people, but let's try and solve those problems. Let's try and deal with the consequence rather than the cause. Remember, I mean, Nicola Sturgeon gets called Chief Mammy quite a lot. You've probably heard that. And it's quite appropriate. It's sort of mocking the idea that she presents the government as a substitute for families. Now, you might not know this. The Chief Mammy thing, that got into the public domain, thanks to yours truly. I was browsing the internet and I came across an obscure YouTube video of Nicola Sturgeon talking to a group of children who were in care. And she said to them, I'm your Chief Mammy. And I watched it and went, whoa, 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 that's outrageous. And so I sent it to the media, various places, and it's now a standard term to apply to Nicola Sturgeon, but you heard it from the Scottish Family Party first. Now, the Scottish Youth Parliament usually spends its time just going along with the same issues that the Scottish Parliament does. Obviously, the adults tell them what to say, and they just regurgitate the same thing. But recently, they produced a report about the experience of young people, the family breakup, and quite moving accounts there from young people, quite powerful things. But what response will that get from the government? The response will be to sympathise and to say, yeah, we'll spend more on youth mental health support. It wouldn't enter their head to seek to promote family stability and to maximise the number of children brought up by their mum and dads, to minimise the number who have to go through this experience. So why does that not enter into their head? It would offend against their principles, the principle of liberalism. It's up to everyone to choose their path through life. It's not for us to say what your goals should be, what your lifestyle should be. And they regard that principle as more important than solving social problems, reducing pain, trauma, dysfunction, chaos, disadvantage, poverty. Those things come second. The principle of liberalism comes first. So their solution to all these problems basically always involves spending money. But does it work? To some extent, yes. But you've got to cut down the cause, deal with the cause as well as the effects. I mean, the UK has got the worst social problems in Europe on a whole host of measures. Within the UK, Scotland is the worst part for social problems on a lot of measures as well. So if your plan is to spend more and more money on agencies and professionals to deal with these, where's the money going to keep coming from? I mean, already Scotland and the UK borrow money. We had the credit crunch, the huge national debt, coronavirus now, massive addition to it. Even before the coronavirus came along, the Scottish government had maxed out its credit card every year since it had it for about 5 years. They borrow the absolute maximum. So they've got the share of the UK debt and they add on as much as they can with their own special Scottish debt as well. Now, history shows that you can't just borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow, and it all just works out in the end. It's all sweetness and light. It always shows that eventually something goes wrong and it all falls to bits. But during the process of borrowing, 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 there's always people saying, I know this has always gone wrong before, but I think this time it's going to be okay. That this is different this time. The government can just keep borrowing and there's not going to be any negative effects. I even heard someone recently saying, I know through history, whenever governments have borrowed too much and it's all gone wrong, people have always said, oh, we think it's going to be different this time. And then it turns out it's not. He said, I know that's always happened in the past, but I think this time really is different. This time there's some special situation. You can just borrow money ad infinitum and we should just go ahead and do it. I mean, the word they love is sustainability. I mean, is it really credible this is a sustainable plan for running the country? It isn't. But my point here is the time is going to come, if we're not there already, when the government just can't keep trying to throw money at picking up the pieces for these social problems. We've got to find better solutions. And one of those, really important to us, is marriage. But quick set of statistics. When a child is born to a couple living together, at the age of 5, or that child's 5th birthday, if that couple were married when the child was born, the chance of the marriage breaking up before the 5th birthday, 8%. Okay, if the couple were not married, but living together when the child was born, but they did get married by the time of the 5th birthday, the chance of them being still together, the chance of them breaking up, 25%. So 8%, 25%. And if they never married, the chance of them splitting up before the child's 5th birthday, 52%. So chance of breaking up, married, 8%, never marrying, cohabiting, 52%. That's a pretty dramatic statistic, isn't it? Now, marriage is not the magic bullet to completely eliminate any family breakdown. There's always going to be issues with human relationships. That's inevitable. But it's a huge, huge factor. I mean, in Hungary, they effectively pay people to get married. They've recognized that marriage is such an important institution within the nation that they want to incentivize it. So you basically get paid for getting married the first time. And they also more or less pay you for having children as well. But that's another story. So getting married is a vital thing, but also staying married. 86% of unhappily married couples who remain together have happier marriages 5 years later. And a majority of people who get divorced as well, 5 years later, they regret it. So creating a culture and a system that encourages couples to persevere would also be a powerful thing. So how to promote marriage? What do you do? Sex education. That's an obvious place to start. You don't need to preach at young people. You just need to tell them the facts. Like the statistics I just quoted saying, these are the statistics for people who get married. These are the statistics for people who don't get married. They're over to you. You're aware of the situation. Scottish Family Party MSPs would speak about it, would have a debate about it in the Scottish Parliament, write about it in the media. We need a tax and benefit system that recognises marriage and incentivises marriage. Relationship counselling, I think, is a good investment for the state because it can avoid a lot of expense further down the road. The current no-fault divorce system is far from ideal because marriage, you get married, you sign that contract, solemn legal contract with witnesses. But what power has it got? Well, at the moment, I mean, virtually nothing. You just walk away when you feel like it, and it doesn't really have much power at all. So that's an area we should look at as well. Now, in a talk earlier on, Belinda mentioned some other ideas for encouraging marriage, which were new to me, were absolutely fascinating, and we'll look at those very seriously as the Scottish Family Party. When I keep going blurry, I'll try and stand still. So why does marriage work? Well, in a sense, whether we know why it works or it doesn't, the facts are that it does. So that's the reason to go with it. Last year, I talked about it being like a price-fixing cartel that benefits women. Another way of thinking about it is marriage binds together domesticity, living together, commitment, and sexual relationship. And when those three things are seen as bound together in a single institution as part of the same deal, then that produces a much stronger relationship, a much more enduring relationship. So that sort of idea Okay, should be taught in schools, need to be promoted in our society. Now, I've already broken the news to you early on that I'm not going to be the first minister after the election. I hope that wasn't too disappointing for you. So as the Scottish Family Party, we don't need a policy on everything. Okay, our role in Scottish politics is to fill the void, not to cover the whole thing, but to fill the void. So a few more MSPs in the Scottish Parliament arguing about independence, and basically a lot of the rest of the time making arguments over nothing, just agreeing with each other, disagreeing with each other for the sake of it, because they basically share the same underlying philosophy. We don't want to join in with that. We want to expose the blind spots of the Scottish Parliament. We want to change the national debate, open up new national debates. We will create dramatic scenes in that debating chamber because order would break down, I'm sure. Some of the things, perfectly reasonable things we would say, and so that would shift debate in the media. I was thinking about this. I think what would be a good illustration, because someone was saying to me the other day, oh, you know, you haven't got policies on some of these areas, so that's no good. Political party has to cover everything. I thought it was a bit like this. Imagine someone going for a job on the Titanic. Okay, the ship's almost finished, and you go in and they interview, and they say, right, what can you do? I say, well, I'm really good at organizing a team to look out for icebergs, and I'm really good at checking the ship's got enough lifeboats. That's my thing. And they said, well, what else do you do? Okay, that's fine, but do you know how to maintain the engines? Can you plan the menu? Can you take part in the entertainment program? You go, no, sorry, I don't do those things. I just look out for icebergs and make sure the lifeboats are okay. And they say, no, you're no good to us. That's much too narrow. We need someone who can deal with all these other issues as well. Well, I think that analogy works pretty well. We want to inject some unique wisdom and morality, frankly, into the Scottish Parliament, representing the views of a huge number of people in Scotland that are currently effectively disenfranchised. Even a small increase in family stability would be a huge boost to the nation. Right, my second point, anti-woke is not enough. We've got to set our own priorities. It's all very well being wound up by the nonsense you get presented with in the media, but we've sometimes got to say, this might not be what's in the media, but it's what we're going to focus on because we know it's right. We've got to set our own priorities. You've got to set your own priorities in Scotland as well. Now, if you listen to Nicola Sturgeon speaking, one of her favorite words is shameful. Everyone's shameful. Boris Johnson's shameful. Anyone and everyone, it's shameful that they disagree with her. And it's not just Nicola Sturgeon. I mean, lots of the politicians do it as well. It's the new sort of extreme criticism phrase. So, you know, the government said they do 100,000 coronavirus tests. They only did 90,000. That's shameful. Everything's shameful. And it comes across as very self-righteous, as if they're on a higher moral plane. So someone like Nicola Sturgeon, everyone else, everyone who disagrees with her, that's shameful. While she rejoices in the killing of over 13,000 unborn children every year in Scotland. Now, you may say, rejoicing, does she really rejoice? Is that fair? I'll tell you why I think it's fair to say that. Because when Ireland voted to introduce abortion, Nicola Sturgeon tweeted that she was full of joy at that news. So if she is rejoicing at abortion in Northern Ireland, one can only assume that she rejoices at it in Scotland, while calling everyone else on the around the political table shameful. Now, currently, there's no political risk in saying that. But you would hope if a politician was thinking of saying they rejoice in the killing of unborn children, you'd think their advisors would be saying, oh, you can't say that. You'll get slated for that. People will be outraged. But at the moment, there's no risk. There'll be no consequence for making an outrageous comment like that, because all the opposition parties in the Scottish Parliament won't touch the issue. Not even a single MSP would bring that up deliberately in the Scottish Parliament. Now, where are we heading for in Scotland? We're heading for full decriminalisation of abortion, which will include abortion up to full term for any reason. So killing babies just before they're born, whenever the woman decides that that's what she wants to do. That's already the policy of the Lib Dems, of the Greens and the Labour Party. The SNP pay organisations to campaign for it. So they're campaigning for it at arm's length. So they're obviously not going to be opposing that either. The Conservatives, it's always the same story with the Conservatives. They're just a mush. Some of them might oppose it, some of them will be for it, and won't have a policy. So a vote for Conservative is a vote saying that you really don't care which direction this goes in. Now, I was talking to someone at church a few months ago, before the last election, and they said to me, I'm going to vote Labour because I think that's the best chance of keeping the SNP out. And I didn't say this to them. Maybe I should have done. I didn't say it, but I could have said to them. So what you're effectively saying is you're going to vote for a party wanting to allow the killing of children just before they're born in order to keep the SNP out. And I could have invited them to go and stand in front of the mirror and say that, to see how that sat. So we've got to be driven by our own values, our own conscience, not by the values of the media, politicians, the culture around us. Well, there's a terrible evil going on in our nation. And as usual, when a terrible evil is taking place in a nation, there's a majority of people who are unaware of it or appear unconcerned. There's a great quote from C.S. Lewis. This is not a perfect quote, but this is the gist of it. He said this. He said, the greatest evils are not found in dark back alleys, but are committed in well-furnished committee rooms, proposed, seconded, and passed and minuted by well-dressed people who don't need to raise their voice. That's the Scottish Parliament. It might look clean, smart, well-spoken, gentle people. What's been enacted is, on many occasions, pure evil, shameful, in fact. So how do we respond to that? Politically, I'd like you to use your imagination a little bit at this point. Okay, imagine you live in some fictitious land, and there's two parties. There's democracy. There's two parties that exist you can vote for. There's Party A and there's Party B. Party A has the policy of killing all the Hindus in the country. Let's say there's a 10% Hindu minority. Their policy is kill them all. And Party B says kill half of them, and we'll just kick the other half out of the country. They're the only two parties on the ballot. Who'd you vote for? Now, maybe at first you think, oh, obviously Party B. At least you're saving the lives of half the Hindus. At least that's something, isn't it? But would you really? Would you really put your tick on that ballot paper saying, I express my support, I give my endorsement to the party that wants to kill half of the Hindus? I would say, no, you cannot do that. If you do that, after the election, they might be able to say, 96% of the population voted for a party that wants to kill Hindus. So this must be what the population thinks. It's not okay to vote for the lesser of two evils in this sort of situation. So I would suggest you can't vote for Party A, you can't vote for Party B as the lesser of two evils. You cannot do that in good conscience. So what's the only other choice? The only other choice, you've got to start Party C. You have to. That's the only option in that democracy. Now, people might say, oh, Party C, that would have no chance. To which the reply is, there's no choice. That's what has to happen. And the other thing is, we shouldn't assume that people have no conscience. Okay, these people who are currently unaware or unconcerned by a grave moral evil taking place in their society, they have a conscience. They can be appealed to. So with the abortion issue, the argument is waiting to be won. It's not that people have weighed up the two sides of the argument and come down on one side. It's that they've never heard the other side of the argument. They've never been challenged by it. But when that happens, people's conscience will draw them to our side of the debate. And it's our job to make that debate happen. And we're doing that successfully already. So as I was saying, anti-woke is not enough. All this talk about equality and justice, there's more to morality than that. This is just a little illustration about that. I mean, equality and justice, they're the main things, aren't they? So when people talk in Scotland about sex-selective abortion, a lot of people are outraged because that's sexist. Killing unborn children just because they're female, that's really bad. We've got to stamp that out. What sort of person would do such a terrible thing? And I agree, this is a terrible thing. Now, the BNP, I think are now defunct, they had a policy on abortion. Their policy was abortion's banned, no abortion, apart from, they made an exception, apart from mixed race babies. They can have abortion in that case. Now, people quite rightly are outraged by that. That is an absolutely hideous policy. That's utterly atrocious. Okay? But for a lot of people, and certainly our political establishment, that's as far as it goes. The actual fundamental fact, killing unborn children, well, they can swallow that one, as long as it's done equally, as long as there's not any sort of anti-woke element to it. So there's a blind spot. And I think in these situations, history shows that the tide can turn quite quickly. The tide can turn quickly. It did with slavery. It wasn't over a huge length of time that the general opinion of society shifted. And we're helping that to happen in Scotland. Now, during the election campaign next year, tens of thousands of people are going to hear our message, and they're really going to hear a good chunk of it and will understand the arguments we're making. Hundreds of thousands of people will become aware of a couple of new issues. They'll just be challenged to think about things in a new way. And the existing politicians, well, they've tried everything they know. They've thrown money at problems. They want to throw more and more of them, but they can't keep spending money on these things forever, and it's not really working in any case. But we've got a vision to transform Scotland for the better, in a way, again, to choose their favorite word, that's sustainable. And we need to see it implemented before it's too late. Thank you.
No questions.
No, there are no questions that have actually come in that I can put to Richard.
Okay.
There are some statements, but apart from that, so
Okay.
can now round up.
Yes, yeah. Well, once again, it really has been a wonderful conference. I remember the first one that I went to last year, the first conference. I remember sitting amongst that crowd. There was only standing room left. It was difficult to get a seat. And I remember thinking and knowing within myself, something good has come into Scottish politics. And that has been very clear again in what we've just heard. And just as it says on the party's brochure, we are filling the void in Scottish politics. And so if you sense a calling for helping to turn the tide, do come forward. If you are willing to come and put leaflets out, please make yourself known to us. We need money. Money has to make this happen as well. So if you are able, please join. That's the best thing you could do. If you're not already a member, please join the Scottish Party, Scottish Family Party. And we look forward to meeting more of you and seeing you all hopefully together so that we can be together in the conference next year. But there'll be lots more of exciting things to see. So look at the website, follow us on YouTube, and again, we look forward to seeing you next time. Okay, thank you.